It's funny how a single photograph can unravel a lifetime, isn't it? I'm Sarah and I was there. Not just there in the way you might imagine, sitting on the sidelines observing. No, I was knee-deep in it, tangled in the threads of a family reunion that twisted into something truly sinister. I tell this story now years later because some things just won't stay buried, especially not when a ghost stares back at you from a glossy print. Back then, I was 28, fresh out of my master's program and feeling a little adrift. My degree was in forensic photography, a niche field that blended my love for art with a fascination for detail and evidence. It meant I saw things differently, often focusing on the background, the shadows, the tiny anomalies others missed. That skill or curse would become central to everything that happened that summer. The family reunion was at Camp Clearwater, a grand name for a place that was, frankly, in the middle of nowhere. It was a rustic lodge nestled deep within the Redwood National Park, far north of where I usually lived in San Francisco. My Aunt Carol, bless her optimistic soul, had chosen it. Plenty of space for everyone to reconnect, she'd chirped over the phone. What she didn't mention was that plenty of space also meant zero cell service, and nearest town is an hour's drive. I remember the drive up. 4 hours of winding roads, the redwoods growing taller and denser with every mile, their ancient presence almost suffocating. The air grew cooler, damp, and thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. My beat-up sedan, usually so reliable, felt small and vulnerable on those lonely stretches of highway. I was already feeling isolated before I even reached the camp. And then I made my first mistake. A classic, really. I was due to arrive around noon, but traffic on the Golden Gate had been a nightmare. Then a wrong turn on a poorly marked logging road added another hour. By the time I finally saw the weathered sign for Camp Clearwater, the sun was already dipping behind the colossal tree line, casting long, eerie shadows across the gravel path. It was late afternoon, pushing into early evening. The last thing I wanted was to arrive at a family gathering after everyone else had settled in, especially in a place I'd never been. I pulled up to the main lodge, a huge, creaking timber structure that looked like it had been standing there since the beginning of time. It was bigger than I expected, with a wraparound porch and a vast, empty lawn stretching toward the tree line. A few cars were parked haphazardly, but the place felt strangely quiet, too quiet for a family reunion. Where were the shrieks of cousins playing, the laughter, the chatter? I cut the engine. The sudden silence was absolute, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the impossibly tall trees and the distant, almost mournful call of a bird I couldn't identify. It was that kind of silence that presses in on you, making your ears strain for any sound, any sign of life. My phone, predictably, showed no bars. A pang of unease, quick and sharp, sliced through my excitement. I told myself it was just the isolation, the dramatic setting, the lateness of the hour. But deep down, a tiny, unsettling whisper had already begun. Something felt off. I took a deep breath, trying to dismiss the creeping unease as an overactive imagination fueled by the long drive and the dimming light. It was just an old lodge. Probably everyone was already inside, having dinner, too engrossed in catching up to notice a late arrival. That was it. Simple explanation. I grabbed my small overnight bag and my camera backpack, an instinct, even for a family reunion, and stepped out of the car. The gravel crunched loudly under my worn sneakers, an unwelcome punctuation mark in the profound silence. The air was cool, carrying the sharp, clean scent of pine and damp earth, a smell that usually brought a sense of peace but now only seemed to amplify the isolation. The lodge loomed over me, a dark silhouette against the fading twilight sky. Its windows, like vacant eyes, stared back. I walked towards the heavy wooden front door, my footsteps echoing unnaturally. My hand hesitated on the cold iron handle. It felt ancient. With a quiet push, the door swung inward with a faint groan, revealing a cavernous, dimly lit space. "Hello," I called out, my voice swallowed by the vastness. "Aunt Carol, anyone?" Silence, only the faint creak of the old building settling like a sleeping giant. I stepped inside, my eyes struggling to adjust. The main hall was enormous, with a grand stone fireplace at one end, dark and unlit. Rustic wooden beams crisscrossed the high ceiling, draped with cobwebs that looked years old. Dust motes danced in the slivers of weak light filtering through the tall windows. There were several worn leather armchairs and sofas arranged around the fireplace, a few heavy oak tables, but no sign of recent occupation. No suitcases, no stray jackets, no plates of half-eaten food. It felt less like a lively family reunion and more like a forgotten museum. A shiver traced its way down my spine, entirely unrelated to the cool air. This wasn't right. Aunt Carol was meticulous. She would have had everything ready, lights blazing, welcoming arms. My family was loud, boisterous. This silence was alien. I walked further into the hall, my steps tentative. To my left, a wide staircase led upwards, disappearing into shadows. To my right, a long corridor stretched, lined with closed doors, presumably guest rooms or other common areas. A flicker of movement at the far end of the corridor caught my eye, a mere trick of the light, I told myself, but it made me pause, my breath catching. "Is anyone here?" I tried again, my voice a little louder, a little less confident. Still nothing. My instincts, the ones honed by forensic training, started to prickle. I scanned the floor for footprints, the furniture for signs of disturbance, the air for any lingering scent of perfume or cooking. Nothing obvious, just dust and the faint, woody smell of old timber. I pulled out my phone again, more out of habit than hope. Still no signal. Great, I was well and truly cut off. A small, rectangular table stood near the door, acting as a kind of makeshift reception desk. On it, a dusty, leather-bound guest book lay open. I flipped through the pages. The last entry was from 3 years ago, a group from a hiking club, nothing about a Peterson family reunion. No sign-in sheet, no welcoming committee notes, nothing. This was beyond a little off. This was verging on unsettling. My aunt had booked this place weeks ago. Where was everyone? Had I somehow gotten the dates wrong? No, I'd checked the email invitation countless times. Today was the day. I decided to try the corridor. Maybe the kitchen was back there or a dining hall where everyone might be gathered. Each step felt heavy, the silence amplifying the sound of my own heart beating a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I passed several closed doors, all dark and uninviting. At the end of the hall, a wider archway led into another large room. This one was marginally brighter, thanks to a large window overlooking the back of the lodge. It appeared to be a dining room with long wooden tables and benches, but like the main hall, it was empty and pristine, set up but untouched. On one of the tables, a single crumpled piece of paper lay. My eyes immediately honed in on it. Relief, sharp and sudden, flooded through me. A note, finally. I hurried over, my earlier unease momentarily forgotten in the rush of finding an explanation. It wasn't a formal note. It was a hastily scrawled message on a torn page from a spiral notebook, seemingly ripped out in a hurry. The handwriting was familiar, though a bit shaky. It was my Aunt Carol's. "Sarah's so sorry, had to change plans last minute. Everyone's down at the cabins by the lake. Follow the path behind the lodge, past the old boathouse. We'll be waiting, dinner at 7. Don't worry, it's not far. Love, Aunt C." My relief was short-lived. A new wave of confusion washed over me. Change plans last minute, without telling me. And what kind of reunion leaves a note like that, tucked away on a table instead of taped to the front door or even emailed to everyone? And why hadn't anyone called me knowing I was driving up without cell service for hours? It felt careless and un-Carol-like. My aunt was many things, but forgetful or inconsiderate was not one of them. She was the one who color-coded her grocery lists. I glanced at my watch. It was past 6:30. Dinner at 7, she'd said. I still needed to check in and find my room. I sighed, irritation mixing with the lingering sense of unease. So much for a smooth arrival. I retraced my steps through the echoing lodge and stepped back outside. The light had faded even further, the forest now a deep, ominous green, swallowing the last vestiges of daylight. The air was colder, and a faint mist was beginning to curl around the bases of the giant redwoods. "Path behind the lodge," the note said. I walked around the side of the building past the empty parking area, and sure enough, a narrow, unpaved path wound its way into the deepening shadows of the trees. It looked well-trodden, at least. As I started down the path, the silence of the main lodge was replaced by the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, and the unsettling symphony of the forest coming alive at dusk. I tightened my grip on my bags. The forensic photographer in me was observing, noting the path's condition, the types of foliage, the way the light, or lack thereof, played tricks on the eye. The person in me, however, just wanted a warm meal and the comforting chaos of family. The path twisted and turned, dipping downhill. The trees grew denser here, creating a tunnel of twilight even before the sun had fully set. It felt like walking into a different world. The old boathouse Aunt Carol mentioned I expected to see any moment. The not far part of her note, however, felt increasingly suspect. I must have walked for 10 minutes, maybe more, and there was still no sign of a boathouse or a lake or any cabins. Then through a break in the trees, I saw it. A glint of dark water reflecting the bruised purple of the sky, the lake, and indeed to my right, nestled close to the water's edge, stood a weathered wooden structure, the boathouse. It looked derelict, its paint peeling, windows boarded up. It looked like something out of a horror movie, not a family reunion destination. As I neared the boathouse, the path opened up slightly. Beyond it, I could just make out a cluster of small, rustic cabins tucked amongst the trees along the shore. A few distant lights glowed warmly. Relief washed over me again, stronger this time. Finally, people, my family. I sped up, eager to reach the lights, to hear voices, to feel normal again. But as I drew closer to the cluster of cabins, something struck me. The air was too quiet again. Yes, there were lights, but no sounds, no laughter, no chatter, no music, nothing. It was like the lodge all over again, only with the added visual anomaly of warm lights in silent windows. I approached the first cabin, a small, square building with a tiny porch. Its window was illuminated, casting a soft yellow glow. I could see movement inside, a figure silhouetted against the light. My heart fluttered with anticipation. "Hello," I called out, reaching the porch. "Aunt Carol, it's Sarah." The figure inside froze, then slowly it turned towards the window. It wasn't Aunt Carol. The face that peered out at me was pale, drawn, framed by wild, dark hair. It was my cousin Emily, but not the vibrant, bubbly Emily I remembered. Her eyes were wide, shadowed, and filled with an expression that looked disturbingly like fear. She didn't open the door, she just stared at me, her hand pressed against the glass, her mouth slightly agape. For a long, uncomfortable moment, we just looked at each other. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Emily, I tried again, a new kind of unease settling over me. What's wrong? Where is everyone? She didn't speak, her eyes darted behind her, then back to me, a frantic, desperate look. She shook her head, a tiny, almost imperceptible movement, but one that conveyed a powerful message. Don't come closer, don't ask questions. Before I could say anything else, a shadow moved behind her, pulling her away from the window. The light inside the cabin flickered, then went out, plunging the little building into darkness. My heart pounded. What in the world was going on? That wasn't just weird, it was genuinely frightening. Emily was scared, truly scared. I stood there frozen, staring at the darkened window. Every alarm bell in my head was clanging. My forensic training, which taught me to observe anomalies, was screaming. This wasn't just a late arrival or a forgotten note. This was something else entirely. I took a shaky breath and forced myself to move. I wasn't going to stand here in the dark waiting. I had to find someone, an adult, someone who could explain. I moved past Emily's cabin, heading towards the next one with a lit window. This one was slightly larger, and I could hear faint, muffled voices from within. It was something, at least. As I approached, the voices grew clearer, though still hushed. It sounded like an argument, low and tense. I recognized my Uncle David's gruff voice, then my Aunt Carol's, sharp with exasperation, and another I couldn't quite place. I knocked on the door a little harder this time. The voices immediately stopped. A tense silence fell over the cabin. Hello, I called out, trying to sound normal, though my voice trembled slightly. It's Sarah, I just arrived. The door opened a crack, revealing my Aunt Carol's face. She looked different. Her usually bright eyes were clouded with worry, and there were deep lines etched around her mouth. She didn't have her usual warm, expansive smile. Her gaze was wary, almost fearful, as it swept over me, then quickly darted behind me into the darkness. Sarah, oh, thank goodness you're here, she said, her voice strained, but with a forced attempt at cheerfulness. She pulled the door open a little wider, ushering me in quickly, almost pushing me inside, then immediately closing and latching the door behind me. The movement felt urgent, furtive. The cabin was small and cramped. Uncle David sat at a small, cluttered table, his face grim. Across from him, a younger woman with a tight bun and severe glasses sat clutching a mug. I recognized her as Bate, my cousin Michael's wife. I hadn't seen her in years, but she still radiated the same quiet intensity. The air in the cabin was thick with unspoken tension. Nobody smiled. Nobody offered me a hug. It was the least welcoming family reunion I'd ever imagined. What's going on, Aunt Carol? I asked, my voice betraying my anxiety. The lodge was empty, and Emily, she looked terrified. And the note, changed plans last minute. What happened? Aunt Carol wrung her hands. It's all a bit of a mess, dear. We had a bit of a misunderstanding with the lodge management. And then, well, never mind that now. You're here. That's the main thing. She wasn't looking at me when she spoke. Her eyes kept flickering towards Uncle David, who refused to meet my gaze, staring instead at the tabletop. Bate, meanwhile, merely offered a tight, almost fearful smile. A misunderstanding? I pressed. Aunt Carol, the main lodge looked abandoned. Emily was clearly scared, and you left a single, crumpled note on a dining room table in an empty building, knowing I had no cell service. That's not a misunderstanding. Uncle David finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly. It's complicated, Sarah. Best not to dwell on it. We're all here now, that's what matters. Did you get your bags in? I left them at the lodge, I said, exasperated. I thought I'd check in first. I don't even know where my cabin is. Aunt Carol bustled forward, a forced brightness in her tone. Oh, don't you worry about that, darling. We'll sort it out. For tonight, you can share with Emily and Rachel. They're just 2 cabins down. We're all in this little cluster here. Emily looked really upset, I insisted, not letting it go. What happened to her? Aunt Carol's face tightened. Emily's just a bit high-strung, you know how she is. Long drive, same as you. She'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Now are you hungry? Dinner should be ready any minute. The abrupt change of subject, the evasiveness, the forced cheerfulness, it all screamed that something was very, very wrong. But I was tired, disoriented, and outnumbered. For now, I decided to play along to observe. My forensic training kicked in again. Gather information, make no assumptions, don't provoke. Yes, I'm starving, I said, trying to infuse my voice with a normalcy I didn't feel. What's for dinner? Aunt Carol actually managed a small, genuine smile then. Your favorite, darling, my famous pot roast. I knew you'd be late, so I kept some warm. It was a small comfort, a familiar gesture amidst the strangeness. It reminded me that these were still my family, despite their odd behavior. The pot roast, when it was finally served a few minutes later, was indeed delicious, comforting, and familiar. But even the food couldn't cut through the thick, palpable tension that permeated the small cabin. Other family members started to trickle in, drawn by the smell of food. My cousin Michael arrived looking stressed, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow. His wife, Bate, visibly relaxed a fraction when he entered. Then came my cousin Mark, quiet and watchful with his wife Sarah, who looked as bewildered as I felt. My uncle George, David's brother, arrived next, his usual hearty laugh noticeably absent, replaced by a strained silence. Every greeting was accompanied by a quick, nervous glance between the adults, a subtle gesture, a hushed word. It was like they were all operating under a shared, unspoken secret, and I, the late arrival, was clearly out of the loop. As people ate, the conversation was stilted, artificial. Everyone talked about trivialities, the weather, the long drive, how rustic the cabins were, avoiding any mention of the strange circumstances. When I tried to bring up the lodge again or Emily's behavior, the subject was quickly, almost aggressively changed. "So Sarah," Uncle George said, cutting across my question about the misunderstanding, "how's that forensic photography coming along, still taking pictures of blood spatter?" He forced a laugh, but it sounded hollow. I managed a weak smile. "Something like that, Uncle George. It's mostly about documenting scenes, looking for clues." "Well, no clues needed here," Aunt Carol interjected, perhaps a little too loudly. "Just good old family fun. We're planning a hike tomorrow, weather permitting, and a bonfire if it clears up." I looked around the table. Everyone looked exhausted, stressed, like they hadn't slept in days. Family fun felt like a cruel joke. After dinner, Aunt Carol showed me to the cabin I was supposedly sharing with Emily and Rachel. It was a short walk through the deepening gloom, another small one-room cabin slightly larger than Carol's, with two sets of bunk beds and a small, uncomfortable-looking cot. Rachel, my younger cousin, was already asleep in one of the bottom bunks, her face pale and tear-stained. Emily was curled up on the cot, facing the wall, her body rigid. She didn't stir when I entered. "She's just tired," Aunt Carol whispered, patting my arm, her voice still strained. "Rough day for everyone. Try to get some rest, darling. Things will look better in the morning." She left, pulling the door shut with a soft click, leaving me alone with my sleeping, distressed cousins and 1,000 unanswered questions. I didn't unpack, I just sat on the edge of the cot, watching Emily's rigid back. The cabin was cold. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and something else, something faintly metallic like rain on rusted iron. My mind raced. What could possibly have happened? A fight, a financial disaster, an accident? But why the secrecy, the fear? I pulled out my phone again, hoping against hope. Still nothing. I was truly stranded, isolated with a family who was clearly hiding something. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside sounded amplified and sinister. I kept replaying Emily's terrified face, Aunt Carol's forced cheerfulness, the tense silence around the dinner table. It felt like I had walked into a play already in progress, a dark drama I couldn't comprehend. In the early hours of the morning, I heard a sound from the other side of the cabin. A quiet sob. Emily, she was awake, crying silently into her pillow. I hesitated, unsure whether to approach her, to press her for answers. My gut told me not to push too hard, not yet, not when she was clearly so fragile. I lay there, listening to her quiet despair, feeling utterly helpless. The next morning, the fog was thick, shrouding the cabins and the lake in a damp, gray blanket. It felt less like a new day and more like an extension of the uneasy night. I woke up feeling unrested, my mind still churning. Emily was already gone, her cot neatly made. Rachel was still asleep, curled under her blankets. I decided to take a walk, to clear my head and see if I could find anyone who might offer a real explanation. I wandered towards the lake, the mist dampening my hair and clothes. The boathouse looked even more ominous in the fog. Its derelict state, combined with the strange events, made it feel like a focal point of whatever mystery was unfolding. As I approached, I noticed something new. The path leading to the boathouse was more defined than I'd remembered. It seemed like a lot of people had walked that way recently. There were fresh footprints in the damp earth, more than just one or two. My forensic instincts kicked in again. I pulled out my camera from my backpack, a small, unobtrusive point-and-shoot I used for quick evidence shots. I crouched down, examining the prints. They were varied, some men's boots, some women's shoes, even smaller prints that looked like children's, but there was something else too. A distinct set of prints, very large, almost like heavy work boots, that seemed to deviate from the main path, heading off towards the dense undergrowth near the boathouse. I followed these larger prints, my curiosity overriding my caution. They led me around the back of the boathouse to a section where the trees grew particularly thick. The mist swirled, making it hard to see more than a few feet in front of me. The air grew colder, and a faint, acrid smell, like something burned, mingled with the damp earth. Suddenly, the prince stopped at the edge of a small clearing shrouded by particularly dense bushes. Peering through the mist, I saw it, a patch of ground disturbed and blackened as if something had been burned there, and amidst the charred earth something glinted. I pushed through the bushes, my heart thumping. It was a small, ornate silver locket, tarnished and blackened by soot. I recognized it immediately. It belonged to my cousin Lily. She always wore it, a gift from her grandmother. It was her most prized possession. But Lily wasn't here. No one had mentioned her. I hadn't seen her or her husband, Ben, or their two young children, Mark and Clara. Now that I thought about it, their absence was glaring. Lily was Aunt Carol's daughter, my first cousin, and usually the life of any family gathering. Where were they? I picked up the locket carefully, examining it. The charring was recent, very recent, and it was clearly Lily's. A cold dread seeped into my bones. This wasn't just a misunderstanding or a rough day. This was something far more serious. I looked around the clearing, my eyes now scanning for anything else. The mist made it difficult, but my forensic training taught me to look beyond the obvious. I dropped to my knees, carefully examining the ground around the burned patch. The large boot prints were here too, embedded deep in the soft earth, and then I saw it. A faint smear, almost imperceptible against the dark soil. It was reddish-brown. My blood ran cold. I knew that color, I knew that texture. It was blood. Not a lot, just a smear, as if something had been dragged, but undeniably blood, and it was fresh. My mind raced, connecting the dots. Emily's terror, Aunt Carol's evasiveness, the burned locket, the blood smear. Lily was missing, her family was missing, and something terrible had happened here. I carefully took several photos of the locket and the blood smear with my camera, my hands shaking. This was no longer just a weird family reunion. This was a crime scene. I knew I had to go back to the cabins to confront my family, to demand answers. But first I had to ensure this evidence was preserved. I wrapped the locket carefully in a clean handkerchief from my pocket, placing it securely in my camera bag. The blood smear, I couldn't move, but I could document its location precisely. As I stood up, a twig snapped in the woods behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. The mist was too thick to see anything clearly, but I felt a presence, heard a faint rustle. Someone was watching me. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice thin and reedy. Silence, only the drip of condensation from the leaves and the distant cry of a bird. My instincts screamed danger. I wasn't alone, and whoever was watching me, I suspected, wasn't friendly. I bolted, running back towards the path, my breath catching in my chest. I didn't look back. I just ran, my feet pounding on the damp earth, the images of the locket and the blood seared into my mind. I burst out of the trees, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. The cabins were still shrouded in mist, silent and watchful. I ran straight to Aunt Carol's cabin, not bothering to knock, throwing the door open. Aunt Carol, Uncle David, and Michael were huddled together at the small table, their faces etched with worry. They looked up, startled, as I stormed in. "Where is Lily?" I demanded, my voice trembling with anger and fear. "Where are Ben, Mark, and Clara? What is going on, Aunt Carol?" I found Lily's locket, and there was blood. The color drained from Aunt Carol's face. Uncle David slammed his fist on the table, a furious, desperate sound. Michael stood up, his face a mask of shock and alarm. "Sarah, what are you talking about?" Aunt Carol whispered, her voice barely audible. I pulled the locket out of my bag, holding it up, the black and silver stark against my trembling fingers. This is Lily's. I found it by the boathouse in a burned patch of ground, and there was blood. What happened to them? Why is no one talking about them?" Aunt Carol gasped, clutching her chest. Uncle David buried his face in his hands. Michael stared at the locket, his eyes wide with horror. We tried to keep it from you," Michael stammered, his voice hoarse. "We didn't want to worry you." "Worry me?" I exclaimed, incredulous. "My cousin and her entire family are missing, and you didn't want to worry me. Where are they, Michael?" Michael looked from Aunt Carol to Uncle David, then back to me, his shoulders slumped. They're gone, Sarah. They disappeared yesterday morning." "Disappeared?" I echoed, the word hanging heavy in the air. "What do you mean, disappeared?" Aunt Carol finally found her voice, though it was weak and broken. "They were supposed to arrive early yesterday. Ben called us from the road, said they were an hour out. We were waiting here at the cabins, but they never showed up. We waited all day. We called and called, but there was no signal for their phones. We thought maybe they just got lost, took a wrong turn like you did. But then this morning," she trailed off, tears streaming down her face. Uncle David cleared his throat, his voice rough with emotion. "This morning we went looking for them. We found their car about a mile back on the logging road you mentioned. It was abandoned, and there were signs of a struggle, broken branches, mud on the passenger door," and he hesitated, glancing at me. "And some blood, Sarah, just like you found." My mind reeled, their car abandoned on the logging road, signs of a struggle, blood, and now Lily's locket charred, found near the boathouse with more blood. This was no mere disappearance. This was an abduction, or worse. "Why didn't you call the police?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Why didn't you tell me any of this yesterday? You let me walk into this completely unaware." "We tried to call the police," Aunt Carol sobbed. "There's no phone signal anywhere around here. We tried to drive to the nearest town, but the main road out, the one you came in on, it's blocked. A huge redwood fell overnight, right across it, no way in or out." My heart sank, no cell service, the road blocked. We were truly trapped in a remote camp with a missing family and a sinister mystery unfolding around us. "And then," Michael continued, his voice barely a whisper, "we found the note, tucked under the windshield wiper of Ben's car." "What note?" I asked, my voice tight. Michael reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was similar to Aunt Carol's note to me, a torn page from a spiral notebook, but this one was written in a different hand, a neat, almost elegant script that was chillingly precise. He unfolded it and laid it on the table. The words, written in stark black ink, seemed to jump off the page. Your family is with us, they are safe for now. Follow our instructions and they will be returned. Tell no one, attempt to leave, contact authorities, or stray from the designated areas and they will suffer the consequences. Do exactly as we say, wait for further instructions, do not underestimate us, we are always watching. A cold dread unlike anything I'd ever felt permeated the cabin. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was pure unadulterated terror. Lily, Ben, Mark, Clara, they were being held hostage. And we, their family, were trapped with their captors somewhere in this vast, ancient forest. Who wrote this? I whispered, staring at the chilling message. We don't know, Uncle David said, his voice raw. No name, no indication, just this. Designated areas, I asked, looking around the small cabin. What does that mean? The cabins, Aunt Carol choked out. We're not allowed to leave this area. We tried to go back up to the lodge to check for signs of a landline, but a message appeared on the lodge door, stuck to the wood with a knife. It just said stay. And then a few hours later we found this. She gestured to a small, crudely drawn map on the table, another tear-off from a notebook. It showed a rough outline of the lake, the cabins, and the boathouse. A red circle was drawn around the cabin cluster. This is our perimeter, we're not allowed beyond it. I looked at the map, then at the terrified faces of my family. My mind, usually so clear and analytical, felt overwhelmed by the sheer horror of the situation. We were isolated, held captive, with no idea who was doing this or why. And worst of all, my training, my skill at seeing details and finding evidence, was now telling me that I was trapped in a very real, very dangerous nightmare. We need a plan, I said, my voice firmer than I felt. We can't just sit here and wait. What plan, Sarah? Michael asked, despair in his voice. We're completely cut off, we don't even know who we're dealing with. We start by figuring that out, I said, looking from Michael to Aunt Carol and Uncle David. And we start by finding out exactly what happened and where Lily and her family were taken, every detail, everything you saw, everything you did, no matter how small. And from now on, we don't hide anything from each other, because if we want to save them, we have to work together, and we have to be smart and brave. Aunt Carol, despite her tears, looked at me, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Uncle David nodded slowly, his jaw set. Michael, still pale, took a deep, shaky breath. I looked at the locket in my hand, then at the chilling note. I was a forensic photographer trained to find the truth hidden in the shadows. This wasn't a crime scene I was just documenting, it was one I was living. And I knew with terrifying certainty that my life and the lives of my family depended on my ability to use those skills. We were in this together now, and we had to fight. Tell me everything, I said, looking them straight in the eyes. From the moment Ben called to the moment you found the car to everything that's happened since, every single detail. And so, surrounded by the ominous mist and the silent, ancient redwoods, my family began to unravel the horrifying story of how our reunion had become a nightmare. My Aunt Carol, between sobs, recounted the phone call from Ben, the excitement of their impending arrival, then the growing worry as the hours passed without a trace. Uncle David filled in the details of their frantic search, the discovery of the abandoned car, and the chilling realization that their attempts to contact authorities were futile. Michael described the dread that settled over them as the reality of their isolation, and the threat of the note became clear. As they spoke, I listened intently, my mind piecing together the timeline, looking for gaps, inconsistencies, anything that could give us an edge. I asked them about the route Lily and Ben would have taken, about any stops they might have made, about the condition of the car, the specific location on the logging road. I pushed for descriptions of the signs of a struggle, what kind of broken branches, what specific mud on the door, any other objects or footprints they might have noticed. It was just chaos, Uncle David said, rubbing his temples. We weren't thinking clearly, just panic. We saw the car, the passenger door ajar, the mud print that looked like a large boot, and the blood on the ground next to it. And the branches, they looked like someone had been dragged through them or fought their way out of the car. There was a child's shoe, a little red sneaker, lying in the ditch. A child's shoe, I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. That meant Mark or Clara, Lily's children, had been involved in whatever happened at the car. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. We picked it up, Aunt Carol confessed, her voice thick with guilt. We didn't think, we just wanted to hold on to something of theirs. Where is it now? I asked, my voice calm but my mind racing. Any potential evidence, no matter how small, could be crucial. In our cabin, she said, pointing vaguely. In a plastic bag, we didn't. In our cabin, she said, pointing vaguely. In a plastic bag, we didn't want to touch it too much after we found it. Good, I said, a flicker of relief piercing through the dread. That's important. We need to preserve any evidence. Lead me to it. Aunt Carol, still tearful but spurred by a new sense of purpose, led the way, Uncle David and Michael following close behind. The fog outside had thickened even more, pressing against the windows like a watchful shroud. We moved quickly, silently through the damp air to her cabin. Inside, she fumbled in a drawer, pulling out a clear Ziploc bag. Inside, nestled sadly, was a small, mud-stained red sneaker. I took the bag carefully, my hands almost reverent. This wasn't just a shoe, it was a tangible link to my missing cousins, a silent witness to their abduction. I placed it on the small table next to the locket I'd retrieved earlier. Tell me about the car, I began, my voice steady though my heart hammered. Exactly where was it? What did you see? Every detail. Uncle David, his face pale and drawn, cleared his throat. It was on the old logging road, maybe a mile and a half from the main road, just after that hairpin turn, where the trees get really dense. I nodded. I remembered that turn. It had felt particularly isolated. Ben's old beat-up sedan, he continued, his voice strained, sitting there kind of askew, half off the shoulder. Passenger door was open just a bit, not wide open but not latched. The driver's door was closed. And the mud, I prompted. On the passenger door, like someone had braced their hand against it, trying to push it open or close it, David explained, demonstrating with his hand. And on the running board, same kind of mud. From the side of the road, it looked like dark reddish clay. And the blood. On the ground near the passenger side, just a few drops, a smear on a rock, Michael interjected, his voice low. It was dark, already started to dry. It looked like a nosebleed maybe, or a cut hand, not a gush, not a pool. And the broken branches. Just beyond the car in the ditch, Uncle David explained. Like a struggle, like someone went down hard or was dragged through them. They were small branches from the brush that grows thick there, scraped up, splintered. I mentally reconstructed the scene: an abandoned car, a partially open passenger door, mud prints, a few drops of blood, broken branches, and a child's shoe. This suggested a swift, possibly violent abduction. If it was a struggle, who was struggling, Lily or Ben or both? And what about the children? You said you found a boot print at the car, David, I asked. Yeah, he confirmed. Big one, looked like a work boot. Deep impression in the soft dirt by the passenger door. That's what first made us think this wasn't just a broken down car. Did you take any pictures? I asked, almost knowing the answer. Michael shook his head. No, Sarah, we weren't thinking like that, just desperate to find them. We went looking for tracks in the woods, calling their names. And you found nothing? Nothing but more silence, Aunt Carol whispered, her shoulders slumping. Just the forest, it swallowed them whole. I picked up the red sneaker, still inside its bag. It was small, a child's size, probably Mark or Clara's. It had a faint, light-colored stain on the toe, not mud. I held it up, scrutinizing it. Did you notice this? I asked, pointing to the stain. Aunt Carol peered at it. Oh, that, probably juice or something. Kids are always spilling things. I put it back down, noting the detail. It might be nothing, but it was a detail. Next, I turned my attention to the locket. Blackened, but still clearly Lily's. The charring was superficial. It must have been dropped into a fire, not part of a fire. And the blood smear near it. Tell me about the note you found, Michael, I said. The one left at Ben's car. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded paper again, handing it to me. The paper was generic, a torn sheet from a standard spiral notebook, but the handwriting, that neat, elegant script, it struck me as unnervingly precise, almost artistic for such a brutal message. It didn't look rushed or agitated, it looked deliberate. Your family is with us, they are safe for now. Follow our instructions and they will be returned. Tell no one, attempt to leave, contact authorities, or stray from the designated areas and they will suffer the consequences. Do exactly as we say, wait for further instructions. Do not underestimate us, we are always watching. Always watching, I murmured, reading the last line again. The implication was chilling, they knew everything. They knew when the family arrived, knew who was missing, knew when Sarah arrived. How did they know I was coming? I wondered aloud. Aunt Carol, you said you left a note for me at the lodge, right? Not at Ben's car. And this note, it was under Ben's windshield wiper. It implies they knew you were looking for Ben, but also that they knew about me. Aunt Carol looked bewildered. I don't know, darling. I only left that note at the lodge this morning after we found Ben's car. I was worried you'd de-arrive and find no one, but I didn't know how else to tell you to come here without leaving the perimeter. But the kidnapper's note was found under Ben's wiper, Michael clarified. That implies it was there before you put your note at the lodge, Aunt Carol. They must have been watching you and Ben for a while. That sent a fresh shiver down my spine. This wasn't a random act. This was planned. They had been observed, targeted. And the map, I asked, picking up the crudely drawn sketch of the cabin cluster. Uncle David pointed. We found that tucked in the same spot as the note. It shows these cabins marked in red. That's our designated area. And it shows the boathouse, but nothing else. And the message at the lodge door. Aunt Carol and I tried to go back to the lodge just to see if there was a landline we could use, Uncle David explained. We thought maybe this was just a really bad prank, but when we got there, that note was stuck to the door, right at eye level with a hunting knife. What did it say? Just one word, Aunt Carol whispered, her voice barely a breath. Stay, written in the same neat hand as the other note. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to process the enormity of it. This was an incredibly sophisticated, terrifying operation, no random thugs. These were intelligent, methodical individuals who had planned this out, who knew the area, who were clearly monitoring our every move. Okay, I said, opening my eyes, my gaze hardened with determination. We have three potential crime scenes: the car, the boathouse area, and here the cabin perimeter. We need to treat them all that way. But first, we need to understand the people involved. Tell me about Lily and Ben. Any enemies, anyone who would want to hurt them, any financial troubles, business rivals, anything that might make them a target. My family exchanged uneasy glances. This was the uncomfortable part, the digging into personal lives that family usually avoided. Lily's a sweet girl, Aunt Carol started, wringing her hands again. No one would want to hurt her. She's a kindergarten teacher, for heaven's sake. And Ben's a lawyer, corporate law. He's always been very straight-laced. A bit ambitious, perhaps, but certainly not the type to make enemies. He handles high-stakes cases, though, Michael mused, running a hand through his hair. Mergers, acquisitions, big money stuff. He's had a few cases where the other side played dirty, tried to intimidate him, but nothing like this, never anything violent. Anything specific come to mind? I pressed. Any recent case where he might have stepped on some toes, made someone particularly angry? Uncle David grunted. There was that big pharmaceutical case a few months ago. Ben represented the smaller biotech firm against a huge multinational that was trying to buy them out for a song. He won, got his clients a really good deal. The multinational lost a lot of money and a lot of face. Who was the multinational? Apex Pharmaceuticals, Michael supplied. Big players, cutthroat. Their lead counsel, a woman named Vanessa Thorne, was notoriously aggressive. Ben said she threatened him, metaphorically, of course, during negotiations, said he'd regret crossing her. Metaphorically or literally, I asked. Ben's not one for drama, Aunt Carol interjected. He said it was just a lawyer being a lawyer, heated words. But perhaps more than heated words for someone else, I suggested. What about the people he represented? Were they happy with the outcome? Could anyone from that side have reason to target him, perhaps thinking he knew too much or could be leveraged? Michael shook his head. Unlikely. They were thrilled. They made a fortune. Okay, so Apex Pharmaceuticals and their lead counsel, Vanessa Thorne, is a potential lid, I noted, committing it to memory. Anything else? Any other family disputes, large sums of money involved, anything that could make them targets? They all thought for a moment, then shook their heads. Lily and Ben were, by all accounts, a normal, successful couple with two happy children. What about Ben's family? I asked. Are they aware of this? We haven't been able to reach them, Uncle David said. They live in Arizona, no signal, remember, and we can't leave. Okay, so we're on our own for now, I affirmed, which means we need to be incredibly careful. They are always watching. We have to assume that's true. We can't let them know we're trying to investigate. We have to play along, act normal, as if we're just waiting for their next instructions. But secretly we investigate, understood? They nodded, a grim resolve replacing some of their earlier despair. First things first, I continued, a plan forming in my mind. This sneaker, I need to examine it more closely. It's a child, so it probably belongs to Mark or Clara. And this stain, I picked it up again. It's dried, but it has a distinctive texture. It's not blood, not mud. It almost looks sticky. Where can I get a closer look? Do you have a magnifying glass, anything like that? I asked, scanning the small cabin. Aunt Carol pointed to a small, dusty fishing tackle box on a shelf. David keeps his fishing gear in there. There might be a small magnifying glass for tying flies. I retrieved the box. Inside, amidst hooks and lures, I found a small jeweler's loop. Not ideal, but better than nothing. I carefully took the sneaker out of the bag, holding it by the laces. Under the loop, the stain on the red sneaker revealed itself to be a dried, crystalline residue. It wasn't juice. It had a faint, almost metallic sheen to it, and the color, it was a pale, reddish-brown. My mind started working through possibilities. What substance found near a logging road could leave this kind of residue, something that might cling to a child's shoe during a struggle? Did anyone notice any other objects at the car site? I asked, still examining the shoe. Anything on the ground in the car? Uncle David shook his head. Just the usual stuff, pine needles, leaves, nothing out of place. What about the boathouse area? I asked, turning my attention to the locket. Aunt Carol, when did Lily get this locket? Oh, she's had it since she was a little girl, Aunt Carol replied, her voice softening at the memory. Her grandmother gave it to her, she never took it off. So it wasn't some new piece of jewelry she might have dropped accidentally. No, never, she confirmed. She cherished it. Which means it was taken from her or torn off during whatever happened, I deduced, and dropped in the fire. This fire, Michael, you and David went searching this morning. Did you see the burned patch near the boathouse? Michael nodded. Yeah, we saw it. Thought it was just an old campfire someone didn't put out properly. Didn't think anything of it. Didn't look close enough, I guess. He looked guilty. Don't blame yourselves, I said, sensing their self-reproach. You were in a state of panic. It's natural. My training just teaches me to look at things differently. Now the blood smear near the locket. Did either of you notice it when you were searching? They both shook their heads. No, the mist was thick and we weren't expecting that. Okay, I said, placing the locket back in its bag. So we have a missing family, a hostage situation, an abandoned car, blood, and a burned locket. And we're trapped. This means we have to be smart. We can't just wait. We have to gather more information. But how? Michael asked, gesturing to the four walls of the cabin. We can't leave this perimeter. We saw that message, remember? We can't leave the designated area according to the note, I clarified. But we can observe, we can look for clues within the perimeter, and we can think, we can analyze, we can try to anticipate what they want. What do you mean, what they want? Aunt Carol asked, her brow furrowed. They haven't asked for anything yet, I pointed out. No ransom, no demands, just a chilling message to wait. That means they have a plan. And we need to figure out what that plan is, or at least who they are, before they make their next move. I looked at the group. Who else is here besides us? Who else knows about this? Everyone who arrived yesterday before you, Uncle David said, listing them off. Mark and Sarah Bate, Rachel, Emily, and Ben's brother Paul and his wife Susan. They arrived late afternoon yesterday. And my sister Susan and her husband Robert. And are they all in on the secrecy? I asked. Yes, Aunt Carol confirmed, her voice heavy. We had a meeting last night after we found the note. We decided it was best to keep quiet, not to panic everyone further, and to make sure no one tried anything foolish. So Emily knows, I asked, remembering her terrified face. Yes, Michael said. She was the first to realize something was seriously wrong. She was very close to Lily. And the children? I asked, thinking of Rachel, who had been crying in the cabin. Rachel's only 12, Aunt Carol explained. We just told her that Lily and Ben had an emergency and had to leave suddenly and that we're waiting for them to call. We're trying to protect her, but I think she suspects something. We need to be careful what we say, even to each other, I warned. Assume we are being listened to, they said, always watching. That could mean cameras, microphones, or just lookouts. For now, we speak in hushed tones and only about trivial things outside of this cabin. Inside here, we talk about the real problem, understood. They nodded again, their faces a mixture of fear and growing determination. Okay, my camera, I said, pulling out my more professional DSLR from my backpack. I need to photograph everything. The locket, the shoe, and then under the guise of taking family photos for the reunion, I need to covertly photograph the cabins, the perimeter, the boathouse. I'll look for anything out of place, any disturbance, any potential signs of surveillance, any unusual tracks, anything. What if they see you taking pictures? Michael asked, apprehension in his voice. I'm a photographer, I said, a grim smile touching my lips. It's natural for me to take pictures at a family reunion. I'll make it look innocent, wide landscape shots, blurry portraits, but in between I'll be looking for evidence. I'll focus on the details, the background, the shadows, it's what I do. And what about the lodge? Uncle David asked. The car, we can't get back there. No, I conceded, but the information you gave me is vital. I'll draw up a timeline, a diagram of the car scene based on your recollections. We'll pool all our memories, but for now the perimeter is our immediate concern in the boathouse area. I want to go back there carefully and see if I missed anything, especially around that burned patch and the blood smear. But they said stray from the designated areas, Michael began. The boathouse is on the map within the perimeter, I pointed out. It's marked, and I only went around the back. I didn't go beyond the tree line. We need to be smart about what stray means. I'm not running off into the woods. I'm examining the perimeter, under the guise of exploring the old boathouse maybe, or just taking scenic photos. I'll come with you, Michael offered. Provide cover, make it look like we're just chatting, taking a walk. Good idea, I agreed. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Aunt Carol, Uncle David, you stay here. Try to act normal, mingle, observe anyone new, anyone acting strangely. If anyone asks about Lily and Ben, stick to the story, emergency, waiting for a call. Don't let on that you're worried. Aunt Carol nodded, her resolve hardening. We'll do our best, darling, just please be careful. I gave her a reassuring squeeze. I will. Now tell me about the other cousins. Mark and Sarah Bate, Rachel, Emily, Paul and Susan, Robert and Susan. Any of them particularly observant or particularly prone to panic? Emily's pretty fragile right now, Aunt Carol said, wringing her hands. She took it very hard. She's very close to Lily. Rachel is just a child and clearly upset, Uncle David added. We don't want to involve her more than necessary. Mark, he's quiet, observant, Michael offered. Sarah, his wife, she's a bit of a worrier but practical. Paul and Susan, Ben's brother and his wife, they're usually calm, collected, Aunt Carol said. But Paul's been very withdrawn, obviously terrified for his brother, and Susan is trying to keep it together for him. Robert and Susan, my sister, Uncle David said. They're usually the life of the party, but they've been very quiet. Susan, she's a nurse, very methodical. Robert, he's a carpenter, very good with his hands, practical people. Okay, I said, absorbing the information. We need to brief them all carefully, let them know what we're doing, what the plan is, but only the adults. We need everyone's help, even if it's just to act normal and keep their eyes open. We'll meet after everyone's settled for the night. But what about the children? Aunt Carol worried. If they're watching us, they'll know if we're all in one cabin too long. We'll make it look like a casual gathering, I decided. Maybe a card game or a late-night chat over coffee, something innocent. We can break it up if we feel we're being watched too closely. The key is to be subtle to maintain the facade of a family reunion while we investigate. With a plan in place, however tentative, a sliver of hope cut through the oppressive fear. We had purpose, we had a direction. Michael and I stepped out of the cabin, my DSLR clutched in my hand. The fog was still thick, dampening sound, muffling the world. It felt like walking through a dream or a nightmare. I slung the camera around my neck, making a show of looking at the blurry outlines of the cabins through the viewfinder. Just trying to get some atmospheric shots, Michael, I said loudly enough to be heard if anyone was nearby. This fog is quite something. He nodded, playing along. Yeah, it really makes the trees look mystical, doesn't it? We walked towards the boathouse, moving slowly, casually, our eyes scanning the surroundings. I lifted my camera often, pretending to frame shots, but really I was looking for anything out of place. A glint of metal, a disturbed bush, an unfamiliar track. The silence of the camp was still unnerving, broken only by the drip of water from the leaves and the faint, melancholic call of a loon on the lake. As we neared the boathouse, I began taking more deliberate photos. The derelict structure was a perfect cover. I focused on the peeling paint, the boarded-up windows, the rotten dock. But my lens was really sweeping the ground, the dense undergrowth, the perimeter of the designated area. Still nothing, huh? Michael whispered, as I lowered my camera after a particularly long shot. Too much mist, I whispered back. It obscures everything, but it also helps us. Our movements are less likely to be seen clearly. We made our way around the back of the boathouse to the small clearing where I had found Lily's locket. Even in the thick fog, the disturbed, blackened earth was visible. I crouched down, camera ready, and began to meticulously document the scene. I took wide shots of the clearing, then zoomed in on the burned patch. I photographed the locket's exact spot, measuring its distance from a prominent tree root using a small retractable tape measure I carried in my camera bag. I then focused on the ground, searching for anything I might have missed in my initial panic. The large boot prints were still visible, though slightly blurred by the dampness. I took multiple shots from different angles, trying to capture any distinctive sole patterns. Then I found it again, the reddish-brown smear of blood. It was faint, almost washed away by the fog, but it was there. I took several close-ups, bracketing my exposures to ensure I got a usable image. Anything? Michael asked, keeping watch, his eyes darting into the swirling mist. More boot prints, I whispered, and the blood, but something else. I noticed a faint indentation in the wet soil, just at the edge of the burned patch, partially obscured by a fallen branch. It wasn't a footprint. It was a long, thin, rectangular impression, as if something heavy and rectangular had been placed there for a moment. It was subtle, barely there, but my forensic eye picked it out. What is it? Michael asked, sensing my focus. I don't know, I mumbled, taking pictures. It's like a box or a case, something with a defined edge pressed into the mud, too small for a body, too large for just a toolbox. I photographed the impression, noting its dimensions as best I could. Could it be a medical kit, a weapon case, a small cooler? The possibilities whirled. As I finished documenting the impression, I swept my gaze over the bushes surrounding the clearing. One particular bush, a thick evergreen, looked slightly out of place. A few of its branches were bent unnaturally, and there was a faint sheen on some of its leaves. I moved closer, carefully parting the branches, and then I saw it. A tiny, almost invisible wire, barely thicker than a fishing line, strung taut between two branches low to the ground. It was camouflaged with dark green paint, blending almost perfectly with the foliage. My heart leaped into my throat, a tripwire. Michael, I whispered, my voice urgent, don't move, there's a tripwire here. Michael froze, his eyes wide. A tripwire for what? I don't know, I said, my gaze sweeping the area around the wire. It's too low to be a deterrent for a person, but maybe something smaller or just to alert someone. I carefully backed away from the wire, taking photos from a safe distance. It was incredibly well hidden. Whoever set this up knew what they were doing. It screamed professionalism, military-grade precision. And then, as I was focused on the wire, I caught another faint glint. Near the base of the tree to which the wire was attached, almost completely covered by moss and leaf litter, was a tiny pinprick of light. I squinted, straining to see. It was a miniature camera lens, a surveillance camera expertly hidden. They are always watching, I whispered, the words of the note echoing in my ears. What is it? Michael whispered, his voice tight with fear. A camera, I breathed, pointing subtly. Hidden, they're watching this clearing. They saw me here before. They probably saw you, Michael. The realization was a punch to the gut. Our every move, every whisper might have been recorded. My initial solo investigation, my frantic discovery of the locket, they had witnessed it all. "We need to get out of here," Michael hissed, his face ashen. "No," I said, my mind racing. "Not yet. We need to act natural. We need to pretend we didn't see it. This is crucial information. It tells us they're monitoring this specific area, probably because of the original incident here. But if we act like we found it, they'll know we're onto them. We need to leave, but we need to do it casually, like we found nothing important." I forced myself to straighten up, to lower my camera slowly. I took one last, seemingly aimless shot of the fog-shrouded trees. Then I turned to Michael, forcing a small, nonchalant shrug. "Too misty for good photos back here," I said, a little louder than a whisper for the benefit of our unseen audience. "Let's head back. Maybe the fog will lift later." Michael, taking his cue, nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Just damp and dreary. Let's go." We walked away from the clearing, trying to keep our pace even, our shoulders relaxed, as if our mission had been a failure, as if we had discovered nothing. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, to sprint away from the hidden camera, the silent observers. But I knew that was exactly what they would expect and what we couldn't afford to do. We needed to maintain the illusion. Once we were a safe distance from the boathouse, obscured by the thick fog and the dense trees, my casual demeanor dropped. "They know," I said, my voice low and urgent. "They know everything we do out here. They saw me find the locket. They saw us looking around." "Then what do we do?" Michael asked, his voice shaking. "We change tactics," I said, my mind already formulating a new approach. "We act like we found nothing. We go back, report no new findings at the boathouse. We play dumb, but we know what we know. We know where the camera is. We know about the tripwire. That gives us an advantage. We know we're being watched and where. So no more searching outside." "Not overtly," I confirmed. "We have to assume all designated areas are monitored, which means the cabins are probably bugged too. Our conversation earlier, everything, they might have heard it all." A cold wave of dread washed over me again. The thought that our most private, desperate conversation, our every whisper, had been overheard by our captors was sickening. "We need a new plan for the meeting tonight," I said, quickening our pace back towards the cabins. "We can't talk freely indoors. We need a way to communicate without being heard, and we need to figure out what that rectangular impression was, what kind of equipment they brought." "How do we communicate without being heard?" Michael asked, looking utterly defeated. I thought for a moment. "Notes passed discreetly, or coded language, or maybe we can find a way to create a secure space, a place where we can talk without being overheard." As we reached the cluster of cabins, the fog seemed to press in even tighter, making the individual structures appear like isolated islands in a sea of gray. The air was heavy, damp, and the silence, previously just unnerving, now felt genuinely menacing. We entered Aunt Carol's cabin, where Uncle David was stirring a pot of something on the small stove. Aunt Carol was meticulously arranging plastic plates on the small table, trying to bring a semblance of normalcy to the meal. "Any luck, darling?" Aunt Carol asked, her voice hushed, looking at us expectantly. I shook my head, feigning disappointment. "No, too much fog, couldn't see anything clearly, just the old boathouse looking even more dilapidated. No new tracks around the burn patch, just the ones I saw before. I took some scenic shots, but nothing useful." Michael played along, shrugging. "Yeah, a real bust, couldn't even see the lake properly." Aunt Carol sighed, a fresh wave of despair washing over her. Uncle David merely grunted, his face still grim. "We need to talk," I whispered, leaning in closer to them, my voice barely audible. "But not here, not now. Assume we are being listened to, every cabin, every word." Their eyes widened in alarm. "Tonight at the card game," I continued, keeping my voice low. "We need to pass notes, small ones, very discreetly. I'll prepare a list of questions. Everyone needs to write down everything they saw, everything they heard, no speaking about it, just writing." "And what about the other families?" Uncle David asked, his voice a strained whisper. "We need to brief them about the surveillance," I said, without saying the word surveillance. "We tell them to be extra careful what they say, especially about Lily and Ben, to stick to the cover story, and to write down any observations they've made, anything out of the ordinary they've seen or heard since they arrived." "It's going to be difficult," Aunt Carol worried, "to get them to understand without openly saying it." "We have to be subtle," I emphasized. "We say the captors are very resourceful, very thorough. We must assume they are listening and watching us closely, even here in the cabins. We need to be incredibly careful with our words. That implies enough without giving away specifics about the camera, which we can't risk exposing yet." The rest of the day was a tense charade. We all moved about the small camp, trying to appear relaxed. The other adults milled around, some looking at maps, some just staring out into the persistent fog. The children, oblivious to the true horror, tried to play, their muted giggles sounding strangely hollow in the damp air. Rachel and Emily, however, remained withdrawn, often seen huddled together in their cabin or simply sitting in silence. I kept a close eye on Emily, remembering her terrified face, but I couldn't approach her without risking exposing our covert plans. I used my camera, snapping seemingly innocuous photos, the fog-drenched trees, the still lake, the quaint cabins. But behind the lens, my eyes were constantly searching, my mind mapping out the landscape, noting potential blind spots, possible vantage points for an observer. I mentally marked the location of the hidden camera and the tripwire, knowing I couldn't reveal their existence just yet. As evening approached, the temperature dropped, and the fog grew even denser, blanketing the camp in an almost impenetrable white shroud. It felt like the world had shrunk to this small, isolated cluster of cabins, cut off from everything and everyone. The card game meeting was set for 9 p.m. in Aunt Carol and Uncle David's cabin, a pre-undefined, determined card game. The air in Aunt Carol and Uncle David's cabin was thick with unspoken dread. 7 adults, Aunt Carol, Uncle David, Michael, Bate, Mark, Sarah, Paul, Susan, Ben's brother and his wife, and Robert and Susan, Uncle David's sister and her husband, gathered around the small, rickety table. A deck of cards lay untouched in the center, a flimsy prop for the terrifying drama unfolding around them. Sarah sat at the head of the table, her face a mask of careful composure. Her camera bag, heavy with Lily's locket and Clara's sneaker, was tucked discreetly at her feet. Right, Sarah began, her voice low and even, as if discussing the rules of a complex game. Let's play a few rounds of euchre just to keep things looking normal. She gave a pointed glance around the room, making eye contact with each family member. The implicit message was clear: they are watching, they are listening, act natural. Everyone nodded, a tense understanding passing between them. Paul, Ben's brother, looked particularly ravaged by fear and sleeplessness, his eyes hollow. His wife, Susan, squeezed his hand, trying to offer silent comfort. Before we get started, Sarah continued, shuffling the cards with practiced ease, I just wanted to say I know everyone's feeling a lot of stress, and it's natural to want to talk things through, but given the unique circumstances of this reunion, we need to be incredibly careful with what we say and where. We must assume that our hosts are very thorough and that every word we speak, even in our cabins, might be monitored. A ripple of alarm went through the group. Emily, who had been sitting hunched in a corner, flinched visibly. Rachel, who was supposedly asleep in her cabin, was not present. What do you mean monitored? Mark whispered, his usual quiet demeanor replaced by a strained urgency. Sarah met his gaze directly. Let's just say we need to be extremely cautious for the safety of everyone, so instead of talking, which can be risky, I propose we use a different method tonight. Everyone has a pen and a piece of paper. A few nods and fumbling for notepads ensued. Sarah produced a small stack of blank index cards from her bag. I have these. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to ask some questions, and instead of answering aloud, you'll write down your observations, your memories, anything you think might be important. Pass them to me. We'll keep playing cards, keep chatting about innocuous things, but we'll be communicating the real information this way. This is insane, Robert, Uncle David's brother-in-law, muttered, running a hand over his bald head. We're being held hostage, and we're playing secret agent games. It's the only way we can gather information without tipping our hand, Sarah replied, her voice firm. We know they've given us rules, and we know they're always watching. We have to take that seriously. Now, the first thing I need is a complete timeline, from the moment Ben called to everything that's happened up until I arrived. Every detail you remember, no matter how small, who saw what, where, and when. She dealt the cards, and the family began a strange, silent ritual. Cards were played, forced smiles exchanged, and hushed, trivial comments were made about the weather or the rustic camp. But beneath the surface, pens scratched furiously on paper, and small notes were discreetly passed under the table to Sarah. Aunt Carol's note recounted Ben's call at 8 a.m. yesterday, saying they were an hour away. Her growing anxiety as 9 a.m., then 10 a.m., then noon passed with no sign of them. Uncle David's note described their decision to drive out at 1 p.m. to look for them, finding the car at 2:30 p.m. and the immediate panic. Michael's note added the detail about the note under the wiper and the child's chute. Bates' note focused on Lily's usual meticulousness, that she would never forget to call, never be late without reason. Mark and Sarah's notes corroborated the general timeline in their shared distress. Paul, Ben's brother, wrote a shaky account of his own arrival late yesterday afternoon with Susan, finding the camp in a state of barely suppressed hysteria and his disbelief at the note's contents. He specifically mentioned how unusual it was for Ben not to be reachable, as Ben always had a satellite phone for remote trips, especially since they often visited cabins with no cell signal. A satellite phone, Sarah's heart gave a sudden lurch. Why didn't they mention that earlier, and why wasn't it with Ben? She quickly scrawled a question on a fresh card and passed it to Paul. Ben's sat phone, where is it? Did he have it? Paul read the note, his face paling further. He shook his head slowly, then wrote back. He always keeps it in a waterproof case in the glove compartment. We didn't check the glove compartment when we found the car. We just grabbed the note and left, didn't think to look for the phone, too much panic. Sarah felt a surge of frustration, quickly suppressed. It was understandable, but potentially crucial evidence missed. The sat phone could be our lifeline. She continued collecting notes, asking about the exact location of the car, the state of the interior, anything removed, anything left behind. the specific injuries or blood observed at both the car and boathouse scenes. Uncle David's note added that the car interior looked undisturbed, no signs of a struggle inside the vehicle, only outside. The driver's side door was closed and locked, passenger side slightly ajar. Michael confirmed the blood near the car was just a few drops and a smear, not a lot. He also added that the specific boot print at the car looked similar to the one Sarah described finding at the boathouse, a large, heavy work boot. As the card game continued, Sarah formulated her next line of questioning. "Okay," she said aloud, pretending to be reflecting on the game. "Next hand, let's think about anything unusual we've seen around the camp since yesterday. Any strangers, any odd sounds, anything at all that seemed out of place." Again, pens scratched on paper. Aunt Carol's note mentioned faint sounds of something heavy being moved near the boathouse late last night, after everyone had gone to bed. She dismissed it as an animal or Uncle David, but now, in hindsight, it felt different. Mark noted seeing an old, dark-colored pickup truck on the main road before the redwood fell, heading away from the camp yesterday morning. He hadn't thought anything of it at the time, but the timing felt off. Sarah added that she thought she'd heard a faint whirring sound, almost like a drone, early this morning, but dismissed it as her imagination. Emily's note, passed hesitantly, was short and to the point. "I saw a man, early morning near the perimeter, tall, dark clothing, hooded. He just stood there, watching, then he disappeared into the mist." Sarah's gaze snapped to Emily. Her cousin was staring down at her cards, clutching them tight. A man, tall, dark, hooded, watching. It corroborated Sarah's own feeling of being watched near the boathouse. Sarah carefully folded Emily's note, tucking it away. She quickly scribbled a new note for Emily. "Can you describe him more? Build, features, anything distinctive? Which perimeter specifically?" Emily scribbled back a few minutes later. "Very tall, broad shoulders, face obscured by hood and mist, stood near the path to the main road just at the edge of the tree line. Didn't seem to be carrying anything." This was vital. It confirmed active surveillance by a physical person, not just cameras. Paul's note, handed to Sarah with a trembling hand, contained a startling piece of information. Ben had been worried recently about something related to his pharmaceutical case. He mentioned receiving an anonymous, threatening email telling him to back off. He thought it was just a scare tactic from Apex, but he deleted it and didn't tell Lily because he didn't want to worry her. Sarah felt a jolt of alarm. Threatening email. This directly tied into her earlier thought about Apex Pharmaceuticals and Vanessa Thorne. This was not just a legal squabble, it was something more sinister. "Okay, everyone," Sarah said, collecting the last of the notes. "That's enough euchre for one night. Let's wind down. I need to process all this information. But remember, keep your eyes and ears open but your mouth shut. And maintain the illusion of normalcy. Don't do anything that would draw attention to yourselves or to our investigations." As the family dispersed, each retreating to their own cabins, Sarah remained, staring at the pile of notes. The fog outside had lifted slightly, replaced by a clear, starry night sky. The stillness of the forest pressed in, but now it felt less like peace and more like a suffocating blanket. Once she was alone with Aunt Carol and Uncle David, Sarah spread out the notes on the small table. "This is good," she whispered, her voice tight with suppressed urgency. "This is very good. We have a lot more to go on." She pointed to Paul's note. "The satellite phone and the threatening email. This changes things. This isn't a random abduction. This is targeted, and it points directly to Ben's work, specifically Apex Pharmaceuticals and Vanessa Thorne." "Ben always had a sat phone for these remote trips," Uncle David confirmed, slapping his forehead. "How could I forget that? It must still be in the car, or they took it." "If it's in the car, it might be recoverable," Sarah mused. "But getting to the car is the problem. The road's blocked, and we can't leave the perimeter." "What about the email?" Aunt Carol asked, her voice trembling. "What could it have said?" "We don't know yet," Sarah replied, "but it confirms a motive, and the man Emily saw, that's a lookout. They're here on site, they're physical, which means they can be observed, identified." Sarah meticulously organized the notes, creating a rough timeline and a list of observations. She then turned her attention to the physical evidence she'd collected. First, the red sneaker. Under the jeweler's loop, the crystalline residue on the toe was even more pronounced. It seemed to be embedded in the fabric. She gently scraped a tiny amount off with a sterile toothpick she'd packed, placing it on a clean piece of paper. It looked like fine, reddish-brown crystals, almost like dust, but with a slight stickiness. What could it be? She ran through possibilities. Industrial dust, some kind of chemical byproduct. Given the logging road, perhaps something related to forestry, but the metallic sheen. She pulled out her small, portable forensic kit, usually for rapid field tests, which she'd fortunately packed in her camera bag. It contained pH strips, a small UV light, and some basic reagents. She dabbed a tiny amount of the residue with a moistened pH strip. It showed a slightly acidic reading. Under the UV light, the crystals fluoresced a dull orange. Acidic, crystalline, dull orange fluorescence under UV, reddish-brown color, sticky texture. This was a specific chemical compound, she was sure of it. But what? Her mind churned, drawing on her knowledge of industrial chemicals and environmental forensics. She mentally scrolled through common compounds, trying to match the characteristics. Then a thought struck her. Bauxite ore used in aluminum production can have a reddish-brown color and often contains fine, dusty, slightly acidic crystalline particles. It's processed from mines, often transported via logging roads. But why would it be on a child's shoe in a forest, unless their captors were involved in something related to mining or mineral processing? Or maybe their hideout was somewhere where such materials were present. It was a long shot, but a lead. She made a mental note to investigate the geographical presence of bauxite mining or processing facilities in the region if they ever got access to information. Next, the rectangular impression near the boathouse. She'd estimated its size earlier. Now she cross-referenced it with common equipment cases. It was too small for a medical stretcher, too large for a standard toolbox. What about a specialized weapon case or a case for a tactical drone or a field surveillance kit? The camera at the boathouse suggested a surveillance angle. She also considered the tripwire. Low to the ground, camouflaged, it could be for an animal, but in context it was clearly a security measure. And it suggested the perpetrators were skilled, possibly with military or tactical training. This isn't just some random group of criminals, Sarah muttered to Aunt Carol and Uncle David, pointing to her notes about the camera and tripwire. These are professionals, organized, well-equipped, and they know this area well. So what now? Uncle David asked, his voice rough. We know they're watching, we know they're professionals, we have a possible motive, but we're still trapped. We use what we know, Sarah said, her eyes gleaming with renewed determination. First, the surveillance. We assume every cabin is bugged, every path monitored. This means we have to communicate almost entirely in person, in whispers or through notes. We create a safe word for urgent, untraceable conversations. If we hear it, we go silent or change the subject immediately. What about Pinecone? Aunt Carol suggested, surprising them both with her quick thinking. Perfect, Sarah agreed. Pinecone, anyone hears Pinecone, shut up. Next, the satellite phone. We need to confirm if it's still in the car. If it is, we need to get to it. But we can't risk leaving the perimeter. Maybe someone can get to the car under cover of darkness, Michael suggested, rejoining the conversation as he walked back into the cabin to get a glass of water. The fog is still thick at night. Maybe I can slip out. Too risky, Sarah countered immediately. The man Emily saw, the tripwire, the camera, they have lookouts and they have tripwires. They're expecting someone to try to leave. They've probably anticipated every move. Any attempt to leave the perimeter will be met with consequences. We can't risk that, not for Lily and Ben. Then what can we do? Michael asked, despair creeping into his voice again. We observe them, Sarah said, pointing to her meticulously organized notes. We learn their patterns, their numbers, their methods. We use the fact that they think they're watching us undetected to our advantage. We feed them false information if necessary. We gather intelligence from them. No, the camera at the boathouse, Sarah explained. We know it's there. We can use it. For example, if we wanted them to think we were completely giving up, panicking, we could stage a scene. Or if we wanted to signal to them indirectly without speaking, we could do that too. Signal what? Aunt Carol asked, confused. I don't know yet, Sarah admitted. But the information we gathered tonight about Ben's case, Apex Pharmaceuticals, Vanessa Thorne, this is our priority. If we can figure out who they are, we can start to figure out what they want. We need a way to reach out, Uncle David insisted. There has to be a way, a desperate measure. Sarah's gaze fell on the faint, light-colored stain on Clara's red sneaker, the crystalline, slightly acidic residue, bauxite. What if, she mused aloud, thinking fast, this isn't just a hideout in the woods. What if their base of operations, or where they're holding Lily's family, is connected to something larger, something industrial? Industrial in these woods, Michael scoffed. There hasn't been any logging or mining here for decades. This is protected forest. Unless it's illicit, Sarah countered. Or very well hidden, or perhaps they just pass through such an area, but the presence of this specific residue is too distinct to ignore. It suggests a connection, and if there's an industrial connection, there might be a different type of signal. She looked around the cabin, her eyes scanning the rustic, old-fashioned objects. Anything here that can transmit a signal, even a faint one, an old shortwave radio, a CB radio, anything that's not relying on cell towers. Uncle David shook his head. No, Sarah, this place is intentionally remote, no modern amenities. It's why we come here, to disconnect. We need a drone, Sarah suddenly declared, a new idea sparking in her mind. The observation drone Sarah heard, if they have one, they're using it to monitor us. If we could somehow intercept it or even just get a clear visual of it, we could learn more about them. Intercept a drone, Michael asked, bewildered. How? I don't know yet, Sarah admitted, but it's a thought. First, we need more information about the captor's movements. Emily saw a man near the main road path. What about other areas? I saw some fresh tire tracks near the lake by the old service road leading to the boathouse just before it enters the woods, Mark's note had said. They looked like heavy-duty tires, like a truck. They were there yesterday evening. Heavy-duty truck, that fit with the large boot prints and the professional setup. It suggested they had vehicles hidden nearby, likely further up the logging road past the redwood. We need to establish a watch schedule, Sarah declared, making quick decisions. 2 people at a time, covertly observing the camp perimeter from different cabins. We rotate, we look for any movement, any new activity, anything unusual. We look for the man Emily saw, we look for vehicles, we look for the drone, and we write down everything without exception. This isn't just about Lily and Ben anymore, it's about survival. The gravity of her words hung in the air. Survival. They were no longer just a family caught in a bad situation, they were prisoners, and their lives depended on their wits. "I'll take the first watch," Michael volunteered, his despair replaced by a grim resolve. "From my cabin window facing the main path." "Good," Sarah said, nodding. "I'll be in the one opposite facing the boathouse and lake. We'll rotate every 2 hours. Uncle David, Aunt Carol, you can take the next shift. We need everyone involved, everyone contributing." She began sketching a rough map of the cabins, marking vantage points and assigning watch slots. The silence in the cabin was no longer due to fear alone, but to focused determination. They were a team now, united against an unseen, terrifying enemy. As Michael and Sarah took their first watch, the night descended fully, cloaking the camp in deep shadows. The persistent mist from earlier had dissipated, leaving a crisp, clear night punctuated by the chilling symphony of the forest. Sarah sat by the small, dusty window of her shared cabin with Emily and Rachel. Rachel was asleep, undisturbed by the silent tension. Emily, however, was awake, curled on her cot, occasionally letting out a soft whimper. Sarah stared out, her eyes meticulously scanning the perimeter of the camp, specifically the path towards the boathouse and the dense tree line beyond. The moonlight cast long, eerie shadows, transforming familiar trees into monstrous silhouettes. Her camera, set to a high ISO, was ready on the windowsill, a silent sentinel. She remembered Emily's note. Tall, dark clothing, hooded, stood near the path to the main road just at the edge of the tree line. Sarah knew that the path Emily referred to was visible from her own cabin. She focused her night vision, trying to penetrate the gloom. 2 hours passed in silent vigilance. Nothing, only the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the nervous flutter of her own heart. When it was time to switch, Sarah slipped quietly out of her cabin, careful not to disturb her cousins. She found Uncle David already awake, making coffee in his cabin. Aunt Carol was still asleep, exhausted. "Anything?" Uncle David whispered, his face etched with worry. Sarah shook her head. "Nothing yet, Michael." "Same," Michael said, appearing silently from his cabin. "Just the wind." "Keep it up," Sarah urged. "Every observation, no matter how small, needs to be recorded. If we can map their movements, we can find a weakness." She spent the next few hours poring over the notes again, cross-referencing details. The threatening email, the satellite phone, the bauxite residue, the drone sighting, the heavy-duty tire tracks, the professional surveillance setup. It all painted a picture of a highly sophisticated, well-resourced operation, not petty criminals. This was a professional hit or a high-stakes corporate blackmail scheme. Her mind kept returning to Vanessa Thorne and Apex Pharmaceuticals. If this was indeed connected to Ben's case, then the motive was likely revenge or coercion. But coercion for what? To give up a trade secret, to retract a lawsuit, to force a settlement. She needed to learn more about Apex Pharmaceuticals. If only she had internet access. She knew they were a global giant, notorious for aggressive tactics. But what was their specific involvement in this region? Did they have any operations nearby? Suddenly, a faint, high-pitched whirring sound broke the silence of the night. It was barely audible, like a distant swarm of bees. Sarah's head snapped up, the drone. She rushed to her cabin window, peering out into the darkness. The sound seemed to be coming from the direction of the lake, towards the boathouse. She quickly grabbed her camera, switching it to video mode, zooming in as much as possible, hoping to capture something in the dim light. Through her lens, a tiny, almost imperceptible red light blinked intermittently in the sky, far above the tree line. It was small, stealthy, designed not to be seen. But the sound was unmistakable. Sarah wasn't imagining it. She recorded for a few minutes, capturing the faint, blinking light as it slowly traversed the sky, seeming to follow the outline of the lake, then the cabin cluster, before disappearing silently back into the deeper forest. They're doing aerial surveillance, she realized, a cold knot forming in her stomach. They're mapping our movements, seeing everything. They know our watch schedule now, probably. The drone sighting solidified the realization. This was a multifaceted operation involving both ground lookouts and aerial reconnaissance. They were completely exposed. After sunrise, the fog returned, a damp, oppressive blanket that shrouded the camp once more. The rest of the family slowly emerged from their cabins, their faces drawn and weary. The charade of a family reunion was growing harder to maintain. Sarah pulled Michael aside. "The drone," she whispered, showing him the shaky video she'd captured. "They're watching us from above too. We need to be even more careful, and we need to find a way to counter it." Counter a drone, Michael asked, rubbing his temples. Sarah, we're out in the wilderness with no resources. What can we do? We need to think like them, Sarah replied, her mind racing. What are their blind spots? What are their limitations? The fog helps us, but it helps them too. We need to find something that gives us an edge. She looked at the dense, ancient redwoods surrounding the camp. Their immense height, their thick foliage. The trees, she mused aloud. They can provide cover from aerial surveillance. If we move under the canopy, perhaps we're less visible. But we can't leave the perimeter, remember, Michael pointed out. The perimeter is defined by the cabins, and the boathouse area is included on their map, Sarah countered. It doesn't say we can't go into the woods immediately around the cabins as long as we stay within the designated area. And the trees here are old growth, very thick. If we can find a particularly dense patch, it might offer some cover. She spent the morning making a show of taking more scenic photos, but her real mission was to identify the densest part of the forest canopy within the designated perimeter. She finally identified a cluster of particularly ancient redwoods just beyond the last cabin, where the ground sloped gently down towards a small, almost invisible creek. The canopy here was so thick that even at midday, only dappled sunlight penetrated. This is it, she told Michael, pointing to the spot. This could be our safe zone, a place where we can talk more freely without fear of aerial or ground surveillance, at least for a little while. Michael looked skeptical. How can you be sure? The hidden camera at the boathouse, Sarah explained. It's ground level. If there are other ground cameras, they're likely focused on paths and open areas, and the drone can't penetrate this kind of canopy effectively. It'll lose visual. The branches are too dense, too close. Okay, Michael conceded, but we can't all just disappear into the woods for a meeting. No, Sarah agreed, but 2 or 3 of us could, under the guise of a walk or gathering firewood. We'll need a plan to rotate people through there, and we need to ensure no one is followed. The next card game meeting was set for late afternoon. This time, Sarah subtly instructed the family to start casually splitting into smaller groups, wandering off for walks or scenic photography within the defined perimeter, and to meet her in the designated safe zone near the old redwoods, 1 or 2 at a time. Remember, she whispered to Aunt Carol as they passed in the communal kitchen, pinecone, and act natural, talk about how beautiful the trees are, complain about the fog. The subtle movements began. Mark and Sarah went first, ostensibly for a nature walk. Then Paul and Susan. Each pair slipped into the dense undergrowth, carefully making their way to the predetermined spot. Sarah finally arrived with Uncle David after ensuring a casual 15-minute interval between groups. The air beneath the giant redwoods was cool and still, hushed by the towering trunks. It felt ancient, protective. Okay, Sarah said, her voice still low but no longer a whisper. This is our only chance to talk freely. The drone can't see us here. Ground lookouts are unlikely to penetrate this deep into the undergrowth without giving themselves away. We have limited time. We need to pool our resources. She pulled out her notes, reviewing the key findings. First, the bauxite residue. It suggests an industrial connection. Does anyone know of any old mines, quarries, or industrial sites in this area, even abandoned ones? Robert the carpenter spoke up. There was an old bauxite mine about 20 miles east of here back in the 60s. It shut down decades ago, completely overgrown now as far as I know. But the road to it, it's a rough old logging trail, intersects with the one Ben would have taken. Sarah's eyes widened. 20 miles east, logging trail, bauxite mine, that's it. That's where they're holding them, or at least that's their base of operations. The shoe picked up the residue there or on the road leading to it. But that's outside the perimeter, Mark pointed out, his brow furrowed. Completely, we can't go there. Not yet, Sarah agreed, but it gives us a destination, a target. Second, the threatening email Paul mentioned. This confirms Ben's case as the motive. Apex Pharmaceuticals, Vanessa Thorne, we need to learn more about them. If they're threatening Ben, it's not for money, it's for information or to force him to do something. What could they want? Bate wondered aloud. Maybe Ben discovered something during the biotech merger case, Sarah mused. Something damaging to Apex, something they want silenced or retrieved, perhaps a proprietary formula or evidence of corporate espionage. Ben is a corporate lawyer, Paul interjected, his voice gaining strength. He's meticulous, he keeps everything documented, every detail. He would have records, notes. He's always been paranoid about backing up important files. Where would he keep them? Sarah asked, her mind racing. On his laptop, cloud storage, a physical safe. Paul thought for a moment. His laptop is usually with him, and he has an external hard drive he uses for backups, always encrypted. He's also got a secure cloud server, but he wouldn't store everything there. For highly sensitive material, he usually relies on physical backups in a fireproof safe at home and a secondary off-site location. What about the laptop? Sarah pressed. Was it in the car? Uncle David shook his head. We didn't see a laptop in the car, just his briefcases. Then it was taken, Sarah concluded. Along with Ben, they want something specific from him and they think he has it. What about the sat phone? Paul asked. If it's still in the car, could we use it? We need to get to it, Sarah affirmed. But how? The main road is blocked by the redwood. The logging road is likely monitored by the lookout Emily saw and potentially has more tripwires. And we can't risk triggering any consequences. What if the redwood wasn't an accident? Robert, the carpenter, suddenly said. I was looking at it this morning. It's a clean cut, not a natural fall. It was felled deliberately. A wave of shock passed through the group. Felled, Sarah repeated, her eyes wide, to trap us. Yes, Robert confirmed, his eyes grim. A professional saw job cut with a large chainsaw, probably, then strategically felled to block the entire road. This means they planned the blocking of the road. It wasn't a coincidence. This amplified the professionalism and premeditation of their captors. They weren't just reacting, they were executing a carefully orchestrated plan. This changes things, Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. If they deliberately felled the tree, it means they want us here, trapped, and they control the exit. They're not just trying to keep us here, they're trying to hurt us, to isolate us. So what's the next instruction? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. What do they want? We don't know yet, Sarah replied, her jaw set. But we need to prepare, we need to be ready for whatever they throw at us. And we need to find that sat phone. It's our only potential link to the outside world. She looked at Robert. Robert, can you evaluate the felled redwood? See if there's any way to clear a path, or if there's a bypass through the forest, a deer trail or old path that a small vehicle could use beyond the block, under the guise of checking on firewood or just exploring. Robert nodded. I can take a look, but it's thick forest. And if they felled it, they likely scouted for bypasses already. We need to try, Sarah insisted. And Paul, think hard. Is there anything else about Ben's case? Any specific document, any sensitive information, anything that would be worth taking such extreme measures for? Paul closed his eyes, concentrating. There was a specific patent for a new bioweapon deterrent. That's what the small biotech firm was working on. It was incredibly valuable. Apex Pharmaceuticals wanted to acquire it, but Ben's clients refused, so Apex tried to force a hostile takeover. Ben blocked it. The patent is a breakthrough, could revolutionize global defense. Sarah felt a fresh wave of cold dread. Bioweapon deterrent. This was far more serious than corporate espionage. This could have national security implications. This was not just a family abduction, it was something far, far larger. A patent for a bioweapon deterrent, Sarah repeated, the words feeling heavy on her tongue. That's what they're after. They think Ben has access to the full, unredacted details. They want him to hand it over. But why would Apex Pharmaceuticals want that? Bate asked, her voice full of fear. They're a pharmaceutical company, not a military contractor. Pharmaceutical companies often have R&D divisions that delve into all sorts of areas, including biodefense, Sarah explained. And if they got their hands on this patent, they could potentially sell it to the highest bidder or develop it themselves for immense profit and global power, or perhaps even weaponize it. So they're not just holding Lily. Lily and Ben, it's about this patent, this bioweapon deterrent. Sarah felt a cold dread settle in her stomach, heavier than the fog. This wasn't just a family in danger, this was a national security issue. The implications were vast, terrifying. This is too big, Bate whispered, her face pale. We're just a family, we can't fight something like this. We have to, Sarah countered, her voice firm. Lily and Ben and Clara are relying on us, and if this pact is what they say it is, then the stakes are global. We can't afford to give up. She paused, letting her words sink in. The silence under the ancient redwoods was absolute, broken only by the drip of moisture from the leaves. First things first, Sarah continued, her mind already shifting into high gear. Robert, your assessment of the redwood is crucial. If it was felled deliberately, it means they control our exit. We need to know if there's any way out or a way to the car, even if it's a difficult bypass. Take a look today, but be discreet. Pretend you're foraging for special wood or charting a new hiking trail for the camp. Don't draw attention. Robert nodded, his carpenter's gaze already assessing the density of the surrounding forest. I'll be careful. I'll make it look like I'm just enjoying the scenery. Paul, Sarah turned to Ben's brother. You need to rack your brain. Everything Ben ever told you about this Apex Pharmaceuticals case. Any names, any dates, any specific details about this bioweapon deterrent patent, where it's stored, who else knows about it, anything that could help us understand what they're truly after. Write it all down later in your cabin. Don't speak it aloud, not outside of here. Paul looked determined. I'll try to remember everything. The bauxite mine, Sarah said, her eyes sweeping over the group. Robert, you mentioned it's about 20 miles east. How would one get there? Is the logging road still passable? It was rough back then, Robert replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Likely even rougher now, overgrown in parts, but a heavy-duty truck could probably navigate it. It forks off the main road just a few miles before the Redwood blockade. Okay, Sarah murmured. So the heavy-duty tire tracks Mark saw they could be coming from or going to that mine. This solidifies it. The mine is likely their base of operations or where they're holding Lily's family. It's remote, forgotten, and provides the industrial residue we found. This is our target. But how do we get there? Michael asked, his voice full of frustration. We can't leave the perimeter, we can't even get to the car for the satellite phone. We need a distraction, Sarah stated, a flicker of an idea in her eyes. Something that draws their attention away from the blocked road or makes them think we're not a threat. Something that allows one of us to slip out, reach the car, and retrieve that satellite phone or to gather more intel. What kind of distraction? Aunt Carol asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Something that appears like panic but is actually controlled, Sarah mused. They want us trapped, they want us isolated. What if we give them the illusion that we're descending into disarray, a controlled chaos event? We need to create a scenario that looks like a family argument, a breakdown, or an act of desperation, but is entirely staged. This might make them drop their guard in one area or draw them out. That's risky, Uncle David warned. If they think we're breaking their rules, they might retaliate. Precisely why it has to be controlled, Sarah countered. It has to look like we're on the verge of breaking, but not actually doing anything threatening. And we need to assess their reaction. Their response will tell us more about their numbers, their disposition, their resources. What about the drone? Sarah asked. If we stage something, they'll see it from above. Good point, Sarah acknowledged. Which means we stage it during dense fog or at night when visibility is limited. Or we stage it for the drone, make them think we're doing something while someone else is doing something completely different on the ground under cover. She looked at Mark. Mark, you mentioned seeing that dark-colored pickup truck on the main road yesterday morning. Anything else like that? Any other vehicles, even parked on the logging road before the blockade? Mark shook his head. No, just that one. It was heading away from the camp towards the main highway. Old model, dark green, I think, hard to tell in the distance. Okay, Sarah said, committing the detail to memory. The fact that it was leaving implies they might not have a permanent presence right at the blockade, but rather rely on the felled tree to trap us. This might give us a window. So who goes? Michael asked, his jaw set. Who risks it? We'll decide that after we have a clearer picture of Robert's assessment of the redwood and any potential bypasses, Sarah said. And after we've observed their patterns more closely, we need to understand their vulnerabilities first. For now, the watch schedule continues. Every unusual sound, every shadow, every shift in the fog, we record it all. This information is our weapon. They talked for a while longer, going over minor details, sharing fears and small hopes. The safe zone meeting gave them a renewed sense of purpose, a fragile unity in the face of overwhelming odds. As the meeting concluded, they dispersed as subtly as they had arrived, returning to their cabins, maintaining the pretense of casual walks. The rest of the day and night were a tense cycle of silent observation. Sarah and Michael continued their watch, rotating with Uncle David, Aunt Carol, Mark, and Paul. Emily and Rachel remained withdrawn, clinging to each other. Bate and Robert tried to keep up appearances, engaging in small talk with other family members, while their minds raced with the plans discussed. Robert, under the guise of collecting firewood, spent hours meticulously examining the felled redwood and the surrounding forest. He found no easy bypass. The tree was enormous, its branches intertwined with others, creating an impenetrable wall. The forest around it was dense, a thick tangle of undergrowth and more ancient redwoods, making any off-road passage virtually impossible for a vehicle, and extremely difficult even on foot without heavy cutting equipment. He reported this back to Sarah via a whispered conversation during the next morning's coffee gathering. It's a perfect blockade, Sarah, Robert murmured, stirring his coffee. No way a vehicle gets through, and anyone trying to go on foot would take hours, making enough noise to be heard from a mile away. They did a professional job. This news dampened their spirits. The hope of a quick escape or easy access to the car vanished. What about the satellite phone? Paul asked during their next safe zone meeting, his voice tight with anxiety. We need that phone. It's our only real chance to call for help. Sarah paced within the small clearing, her mind racing. If we can't get to the car overtly, we need to think laterally. What if we don't need to reach the car for the phone? Everyone looked at her, confused. Paul, you said Ben keeps his satellite phone in a waterproof case in the glove compartment, Sarah clarified. Is that an accurate description of the car, the one you saw after it was found? Uncle David nodded. Yes, passenger door slightly ajar, driver's side locked, no obvious signs of struggle inside. We didn't check the glove compartment, just saw the note. Okay, Sarah said, a glint in her eye. Then we make them think we're not going for the car, we make them think we're doing something else entirely, and we use the fog. The fog had been a constant presence, lifting only slightly at night and returning with the dawn. Today it was particularly thick, an impenetrable wall of white. Here's the plan, Sarah began, her voice low and urgent. We need a two-pronged approach, a visible distraction and a covert extraction. She outlined her audacious plan. First, the visible distraction, we need to create a scene of absolute panic, a meltdown that they can clearly observe. Not a genuine escape attempt, but something that looks like the family is falling apart, perhaps an argument that escalates into a public display of fear and frustration. This draws their attention to the cabins, to our internal drama. Who would do that? Bate asked wide-eyed. Aunt Carol and Uncle David, Sarah replied, looking at them. You're the patriarch and matriarch. Your distress would be most convincing. A staged argument, perhaps about how to handle the situation, or a dispute about leaving. Something emotional, highly visible. We can use the open area between the cabins for this. Aunt Carol, though hesitant, nodded, her face pale but resolute. We'll do it for Lily. Second, the covert extraction, Sarah continued. While their attention is fixed on the meltdown, someone needs to slip out under cover of the fog and get to the car. They need to retrieve that satellite phone. I'll go, Michael volunteered instantly. I'm the fastest and I know the layout of the road. No, Sarah said, shaking her head. You're needed for the next phase. Robert, you know the terrain best. You've assessed the redwood. You know the best way to move discreetly. You're our best bet for speed and stealth. You'll also need to check for any new surveillance around the car. Maybe they've added something since the initial discovery. Robert, though initially surprised, nodded slowly. I can do it, but it's a long walk even for me, maybe 3 miles each way on a blocked road. Exactly, Sarah said, which is why the timing of the distraction is critical. It needs to last long enough for Robert to get there, retrieve the phone, and get back. How long would that take? Uncle David asked. Robert considered. If I move fast, maybe 2 hours total there and back, but if I run into any issues, it could be longer. 2 hours is a long time to sustain a public display of panic, Mark observed. Which is why the fog is our ally, Sarah explained. It limits their visual range both from the drone and ground lookouts. We stage the meltdown at the height of the fog. It will make their surveillance more difficult and our actions less clear, allowing for more ambiguity in their interpretation. They'll hear the noise, see vague shapes, but won't get a clear picture. So what's the timeline? Paul asked, his hands clasped tight. As soon as the fog is at its thickest today, Sarah decided. Aunt Carol, Uncle David, be ready. Michael, you and Mark will be nearby, acting as distraught family members, but discreetly watching the perimeter, looking for any signs of the captor's reaction. If you see any movement, any change in their patterns, you signal immediately. A prearranged cough, a specific phrase. Paul, you stay with the other family members, keeping them calm and ensuring they don't inadvertently interfere. What about the hidden camera at the boathouse? Bate asked, remembering Sarah's earlier discovery. We avoid that area entirely, Sarah confirmed. Robert will stick to the main road. The most likely ground lookout will be near the felled redwood. Our staged argument needs to be loud enough to draw attention away from that direction. And once Robert gets the phone, Aunt Carol asked. He comes straight back here to the safe zone under the redwoods, Sarah instructed. Do not try to call anyone from the car. The area around the car might still be monitored. We don't want to give them an immediate trace on the phone's signal. We activate it here under the canopy where the signal might be weaker, but we're safer. The plan was audacious, fraught with risk, but it was their only viable option to gain contact with the outside world. Around noon, the fog descended with renewed vigor, transforming the camp into a surreal, hushed landscape. It was the perfect cover. Now, Sarah whispered to Robert, her hand on his arm. Be careful, your life and Lily's family's lives depend on this. Robert nodded, his face grim but resolute. He slipped away from the cabins, a shadow melting into the white curtain of fog. A few minutes later, Aunt Carol and Uncle David began their performance. It started subtly, a hushed, tense argument near their cabin porch, escalating slowly. We can't just sit here, David. Aunt Carol's voice, usually calm and gentle, rose in a forced wail. Lily and Ben, Clara, we have to do something. What do you want me to do, Carol? Uncle David shouted back, his voice rough with feigned frustration. Run into the woods, get ourselves killed too. The argument grew louder, more emotional, echoing unnaturally in the muffled fog. Michael and Mark moved closer, looking distraught, their eyes darting around, subtly scanning the tree line. Bate and Sarah huddled together, casting worried glances at the arguing couple, playing their part as frightened family members. Sarah, meanwhile, positioned herself at her cabin window, her camera ready, focused on the general direction of the felled redwood. She wasn't looking for Robert, but for any sign of a reaction from their captors. She strained her ears, listening through the fog. An hour passed, the argument continued, punctuated by sobs from Aunt Carol and frustrated shouts from Uncle David. It was a harrowing performance, drawing the attention of the few children who were out, making them retreat nervously. Rachel and Emily remained inside their cabin, out of sight. Suddenly, Sarah saw it, a flicker of movement at the edge of the tree line, far down the path towards the redwood blockade. A dark, indistinct shape, partially obscured by the mist, seemed to pause, watching the commotion. A lookout, they were drawn in. She quickly snapped a few photos, hoping the high ISO and resolution would capture some detail. The figure remained for a moment, then seemed to melt back into the fog. It's working, Sarah thought, a jolt of grim satisfaction mixed with fear. They're responding to the diversion. Another hour crawled by. The argument was beginning to sound genuinely strained, the emotional toll on Aunt Carol and Uncle David evident even in their staged performance. Sarah knew they couldn't keep it up much longer. Her stomach was a knot of anxiety, waiting for Robert. Just as Aunt Carol let out a particularly convincing sob, a figure emerged from the fog, not from the direction of the redwood, but from the dense undergrowth closer to the cabins. It was Robert, his face streaked with dirt, his clothes damp, but a look of grim triumph in his eyes. He carried a small, waterproof Pelican case, the satellite phone. He gave Sarah a quick, almost imperceptible nod. Sarah immediately signaled Aunt Carol and Uncle David with a subtle gesture. Their argument instantly began to subside, transforming into a subdued, emotional huddle. The meltdown was over. Robert slipped quietly into the nearest cabin, then made his way to the safe zone under the redwoods. Sarah followed, leaving Michael and Mark to continue their act of comforting the distraught couple. Under the deep canopy, the air was still and cool. Robert placed the Pelican case on the damp ground. "It was there," he whispered, his voice hoarse from exertion and adrenaline. "In the glove compartment, just like Paul said, no new surveillance around the car that I could see, but I had to bypass some fresh tripwires on the logging road closer to the blockade. They've reinforced the perimeter." Sarah's heart pounded. Fresh tripwires. This confirmed their vigilance and Robert's incredible bravery. "You did well, Robert," Sarah said, her voice filled with relief. "Incredibly well." He opened the case. Inside, nestled in custom foam, was a sturdy, military-grade satellite phone. Sarah picked it up, her fingers tracing the familiar contours. This was their lifeline. "Okay," Sarah said, her mind already calculating. "We need to activate it, but we need to do it strategically. It will emit a signal. We don't want them to immediately pinpoint our location. We need to be fast and careful." "Who do we call?" Michael asked, having joined them in the safe zone a moment later. Sarah thought for a moment. "Not local law enforcement. If this is tied to a bioweapon deterrent patent, local police won't have the resources or the authority. This is a federal issue. We need to reach someone high up, someone who understands the gravity of this situation." "Ben's contacts," Paul suddenly interjected, having also joined them. He had a few connections in the Department of Justice, people he'd worked with on sensitive corporate cases. One in particular, Agent Thompson. He's a specialist in corporate espionage and national security cases. "Agent Thompson," Sarah repeated, her eyes lighting up. "That's it. Do you have his number?" Paul nodded, pulling out a small, dog-eared address book from his pocket. "I always keep a few of Ben's crucial contacts, just in case." He flipped through the pages, his finger tracing names, then stopped. "Here, Agent David Thompson, DOJ, and his direct line." Sarah quickly took down the number. "Okay, we have to make this call brief, to the point, no rambling. We state who we are, what the situation is, and the critical information about the patent and Apex Pharmaceuticals. And we stress the immediate danger to Lily, Ben, and Clara, and to everyone here." She looked at Robert. "Robert, can you keep watch at the edge of the safe zone? Listen for anything, any sounds, any movement. Give us a pinecone if you detect anything." Robert nodded and moved to the periphery, his eyes scanning the dense foliage. Sarah powered on the satellite phone. It whirred to life, a small display showing it was searching for a signal. Under the thick canopy, the signal strength was weak, fluctuating. "This is risky," Michael whispered. "The signal will be traceable, even if brief." "We don't have another option," Sarah replied, her gaze fixed on the screen. "We have to take the chance. We get the message out, then we turn it off and hide it immediately. We make it a ghost call." Finally, after a tense minute, the signal stabilized, albeit still weak. Sarah quickly dialed the number Paul provided. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Each ring was an agonizing eternity. "Please pick up," Sarah whispered. Thompson, a gruff, professional voice, answered on the 4th ring. "Agent Thompson, this is Sarah Jensen," Sarah said, forcing her voice to be steady and clear. "I'm calling on behalf of Ben Carter. He and his family, Lily and Clara, have been abducted. We are trapped at the family reunion cabins at Redwood Creek, deep in the North Cascades." There was a beat of silence on the other end. "Sarah Jensen, Ben Carter, what are you talking about? Redwood Creek? I haven't heard from Ben in months. Is this some kind of prank?" "No, sir, this is not a prank," Sarah insisted, her voice urgent. "We are being held by operatives connected to Apex Pharmaceuticals. They are targeting Ben because of the bioweapon deterrent patent he was working on involving the biotech merger case. They want information from him. The entire family, myself included, is now being held hostage." She quickly relayed the key details: the felled redwood, the surveillance, the bauxite mine connection, the threatening email, Clara's shoe. She spoke rapidly, concisely, pouring out the most critical information. "We have a satellite phone, sir, but we can only make this one brief call. We believe they're operating from an old bauxite mine 20 miles east of our location. They are highly professional, well-equipped, and they've set up extensive surveillance. We need immediate federal intervention. Our lives are in danger." Another pause from Agent Thompson. Bioweapon deterrent patent, Apex Pharmaceuticals. This is a serious accusation, Ms. Jensen. Do you have any proof? Clara's shoe found at the abduction site has bauxite residue, Sarah quickly explained. And Ben received a direct threat from Apex regarding this patent. They deliberately felled a redwood to trap us. They are watching us constantly. We need help now. Listen, Ms. Jensen, Thompson's voice was sharper now, though still skeptical. I'm taking this seriously, but it sounds extreme. I need to verify this information. What is your exact location coordinates? We don't have GPS coordinates from here, Sarah said, frustrated. We are at the Carter family cabin's Redwood Creek. The nearest landmark is the Old Mill Road turnoff, roughly 10 miles south of the Cascade Highway. You'll find the road blocked by a felled redwood tree. Redwood Creek, Old Mill Road, Thompson muttered, presumably writing it down. I'll get a team on this, but it will take time to mobilize, and I can't promise anything until we confirm your story. Time is what we don't have, sir, Sarah pleaded, her voice cracking slightly. They've already taken Lily, Ben, and Clara. We don't know what they'll do next. They are expecting Ben to cooperate to hand over the patent information. Just stay calm, Ms. Jensen, Thompson instructed. Don't engage with your captors. Don't do anything that puts you or your family at further risk. We'll be in touch as soon as we can. Keep that phone hidden. One more thing, Agent, Sarah said before he could hang up. They have a drone. It's conducting aerial surveillance. It's small, stealthy, blinks a faint red light at night. They're observing us from above. Understood, Thompson said, a hint of genuine alarm finally entering his voice. A drone, that corroborates some intelligence we've been gathering about certain corporate entities. Stay safe, Ms. Jensen, we're coming. The line clicked dead. Sarah immediately powered off the satellite phone, her hands trembling. She looked at Paul, Michael, and Robert, their faces etched with a mixture of relief and renewed fear. He's sending a team, Sarah whispered, tucking the phone back into its case. He's skeptical, but he's acting on it, but he warned it would take time, and he mentioned intelligence about certain corporate entities. That means they know something about Apex Pharmaceuticals and their covert activities. So help is coming, Paul asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Yes, Sarah confirmed, but we don't know when. We could be looking at hours or even a day. We need to be prepared for anything in the meantime. We need to continue acting normal. We need to hide this phone carefully, and we need to prepare for their next move. She opened the case again, carefully wrapping the phone in a damp cloth, then in a sealed plastic bag to protect it further. This phone is our ultimate secret. No one else outside of this group must know it exists. If they find it, we lose our only connection and we lose our leverage. She handed the sealed package to Robert. Robert, you're the best at finding hiding places. Find a secure, subtle spot, something completely camouflaged. Robert nodded, taking the package. I'll find something only I can access and only if absolutely necessary. As they quietly emerged from the safe zone, the fog was still heavy, but a faint, diffuse light was beginning to filter through, hinting at a late afternoon sun. The meltdown had succeeded in drawing the captor's attention, and Robert had successfully retrieved the satellite phone. They had made contact. A fragile thread had been cast into the vast, indifferent world. But the relief was fleeting, quickly replaced by the chilling realization that their actions might have consequences. The captors now knew their distress level. They might escalate their demands. And Agent Thompson's skepticism meant that even though help was coming, it wouldn't be immediate. They were still isolated, still vulnerable. That evening, the camp was unusually quiet. The earlier meltdown had left everyone shaken, even those who knew it was staged. The children were quiet, sensing the underlying tension. Rachel was particularly clingy to Emily, who looked more withdrawn than ever. Sarah observed everyone carefully. She noticed an unfamiliar quietness from Robert. He seemed to be scrutinizing the forest more intently, his gaze lingering on specific trees. He hadn't said where he hid the phone, and Sarah hadn't pressed him. Secrecy was paramount. As darkness fell, Sarah took her watch by the window again. The fog had thinned further, revealing a sliver of the moon. She scanned the tree line, listening. The forest was alive with sounds, rustling leaves, distant calls. Suddenly, a faint, rhythmic thump-thump-thump sound, barely audible above the natural sounds of the forest, caught her attention. It was distant, subtle, but distinctly artificial, not the whirring of the drone. It was heavier, like something being dragged or hammered. She zoomed her camera lens in the direction of the sound. The old logging road, the one leading towards the bauxite mine. Her heart pounded. They were active. What were they doing? She continued to watch for what felt like an hour, the rhythmic thumping continuing intermittently. She saw nothing, but the sound was clear enough to indicate activity. It sounded like heavy work, construction, or demolition. She relayed this observation to Michael during their midnight changeover. Something's happening near the logging road, she whispered. Heavy, rhythmic sounds like construction. They're doing something there. Michael's face hardened. What do you think it is? I don't know, Sarah admitted, But it's a direct response to our actions. They know we're desperate. They know we're trying to find a way out or to call for help. This could be them reinforcing their position or perhaps preparing for their next move. The next morning, the camp awoke to a chilling change. The fog had finally lifted completely, revealing a crisp, clear autumn day, but the natural beauty was overshadowed by a new, menacing presence. Across the small lake on the opposite shore, barely visible through the morning haze, stood a new structure. It was a tall, rough-hewn wooden watchtower, crudely constructed but undeniably formidable. It loomed over the lake, providing a clear vantage point over the entire camp, and on its platform, silhouetted against the rising sun, stood a figure watching them. A wave of collective dread washed over the family. The watchtower was a stark, undeniable symbol of their captivity. It was a message: we are here, we are watching, you cannot escape. Sarah stared at the new structure through her camera lens, zooming in on the figure. Tall, broad shoulders, dark clothing, hooded, the man Emily had seen. Now he was openly visible, an intimidating sentinel. This was their response, not to their staged panic, but to their secret satellite call. They knew. They must have triangulated the brief signal or perhaps had other means of detection. They knew they had tried to reach out, and their response was to tighten the noose to make their presence undeniable. They knew, Aunt Carol whispered, her voice trembling as she stood beside Sarah looking at the tower. They knew we made contact. Yes, Sarah replied, her voice grim. They're sending a message, and this changes everything. We are no longer just prisoners, we are under active, open surveillance. Our window of covert action just closed. The watchtower was a brutal declaration of their control. It meant they no longer needed to hide their presence. They were making it clear they were in charge and the rules of the game had changed. The thumping Sarah had heard last night, it was the sound of its construction. They had worked all night to erect this symbol of their power. The clear sky, which would have offered relief from the oppressive fog, now felt like an open arena for their captors' observation. The drone would have an unobstructed view. The man in the tower would see their every move. Sarah's mind raced. Agent Thompson had said help would take time. But now, with the watchtower in place, time was running out even faster. Their captors had upped the ante. The next move would be theirs, and it would likely be a demand. As the sun climbed higher, casting the watchtower in stark relief, the figure on the platform raised a hand. He didn't wave. He simply pointed slowly, deliberately towards Aunt Carol's cabin. A chilling message delivered without a single word. They were waiting, and they knew exactly who to watch. The watchtower, crudely built but undeniably menacing, stood as a monument to their lost freedom. Its stark silhouette against the morning sky was a constant, chilling reminder. The figure on the platform, a dark specter, remained unmoving, his gaze sweeping over the camp like a predator's. The air, crisp and clear from the lifted fog, now felt thin and dangerous. Sarah felt a tremor run through Aunt Carol beside her, a shiver that had nothing to do with the morning chill. "What do we do?" Aunt Carol whispered, her voice fragile. "He pointed at my cabin. They know about the call." Sarah's jaw tightened. "Yes," she confirmed, her gaze fixed on the distant figure. "They're sending a message. They want us to know they're in control, that no move we make goes unnoticed." The family slowly gathered, drawn by the grim spectacle. Faces were pale, eyes wide with a fear that had deepened into despair. The watchtower stripped away any illusion of secrecy or even dignity. They were on display, caged. "They worked all night," Robert murmured, joining Sarah and Aunt Carol. His eyes, usually so steady, held a flicker of grim admiration for the efficiency of their captors. "That's a big job. They're organized." "It's a declaration of war," Uncle David growled, his hands clenched into fists. "They're taunting us." "No," Sarah corrected, her voice low but firm. "It's a power play. They've revealed their hand, made their presence known, but it also means they're confident. They believe they have us exactly where they want us, and they're waiting for something." "Waiting for what?" Michael asked, joining the group, his eyes scanning the watchtower with a mixture of anger and apprehension. "Ben's cooperation," Paul interjected, his voice heavy. "They want the patent. They've shown us their power. Now they'll make their demands." Sarah nodded. "Exactly. They've tightened the noose, waiting for us to panic and comply. But we can't give them that satisfaction. We have to maintain the illusion of being a trapped, distraught family. Normalcy, to the extent possible, is our best defense right now." The morning passed in a tense, agonizing silence. The children stayed close to their parents, their play subdued. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call felt magnified, threatening. The man in the tower remained motionless, a silent judge. Just after midday, a new development occurred. A small, dark-colored van, almost imperceptible against the distant trees, emerged from the logging road near the Redwood blockade. It stopped at the clearing near the old boathouse, the area where Sarah had found the hidden camera. Two figures, dressed in dark tactical gear, emerged from the van. One of them carried a large, black bullhorn. They walked slowly towards the edge of the camp perimeter, stopping about 50 yards from the nearest cabin. The figure with the bullhorn raised it. His voice, amplified and distorted, boomed across the lake, echoing eerily through the silent forest. Attention, occupants of Redwood Creek Camp, the voice commanded. We know you're there, we know who you are, and we know you've been trying to make contact with the outside world. A collective gasp went through the family. Emily whimpered, pressing herself against Rachel, who looked up with wide, frightened eyes. Your actions have consequences, the voice continued, cold and unwavering. But we are reasonable people. We have a proposition for you. We have what you value most. Ben Carter, Lily Carter, and Clara Carter. They are safe for now. But their safety, and indeed your own, depends entirely on your cooperation. Sarah felt a surge of cold fury. They were playing with them, dangling their loved ones like bait. We are not interested in harming anyone unnecessarily, the voice projected. Our quarrel is with Ben Carter. He possesses information we require. We advise him to cooperate. If he does, he and his family will be returned unharmed. If he refuses, or if you continue to attempt to obstruct our objectives, the consequences will be severe. You will all suffer. A dramatic pause. The figure lowered the bullhorn slightly, then raised it again. We will give you 24 hours to consider our demands. During this time, there will be no further attempts to communicate from our side. But rest assured, we will be watching your every move. Do not attempt to leave the perimeter. Do not attempt to contact anyone. Any violation will be met with immediate and decisive action. Your time starts now. With that, the figure turned and, along with his companion, walked back to the van. The van quickly turned around and disappeared back down the logging road, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. The family was stunned. The direct confrontation, the chilling clarity of the threat had stripped away all pretense. They were truly hostages, their lives hanging by a thread. 24 hours, Uncle David whispered, his face ashen. They want Ben to break. And they know about the call, Aunt Carol added, her voice trembling. How did they know? Sarah's mind raced. Agent Thompson said the signal would be traceable, even if brief. They must have detection equipment, probably mobile units. They triangulated it. That's how they knew who to watch, and that's how they could pinpoint the general area from which the call was made. So help is coming, but they know we called for it, Michael summarized grimly. This changes everything. They'll be expecting an intervention. Yes, Sarah agreed, which means we have a window. Agent Thompson said it would take time to mobilize. We have to assume they'll also be preparing for a potential federal response. But what does that mean for Ben? Paul asked, his voice filled with anguish. If they think help is coming, will they hurt him to make him talk faster? The terrifying possibility hung in the air. We can't know for sure, Sarah admitted, her voice tight. But we have to assume the worst. They're giving Ben 24 hours to make a decision. That's their deadline, and it's our deadline too. We need to find a way to get to him before he's forced to do anything. She looked at the family, their faces a canvas of fear and desperation. We have to use this 24-hour window. This is our last chance to act. Help is coming, but we have to buy them time, and we have to prepare for when they arrive. Prepare for what? Robert asked, his carpenter's hand still unusually so. For a fight, Sarah said, the words heavy in the silent air. Or at least for an extraction. If Agent Thompson sends a team, there will be a confrontation. We need to be ready to assist, or at least not to be a liability. How can we fight? Bate cried, clutching Sarah tightly. We have no weapons, no training. We have our knowledge of this place, Sarah countered, her gaze sweeping the familiar surroundings of the camp. We have the element of surprise on our side, even if it's small. They know we're here, but they don't know we know their plan. They think we're just a family. They underestimate us. She motioned for everyone to come closer, lowering her voice. We need a new plan, a more aggressive one. First, we need to gather as much information as possible about their base of operations at the bauxite mine. We know it's our target. Robert, you know the area better than anyone. Can you draw us a map of the logging road, any hidden trails, any potential approach routes to that old mine? Robert nodded, already visualizing the terrain. It'll be rough, but I can remember the general layout. Old paths, ravines, streams. Good, Sarah said. Paul, you need to revisit every detail Ben told you about Apex Pharmaceuticals and this bioweapon deterrent. What weaknesses do they have? What could give us an edge? Who is Vanessa Thorne really? Is she known for this kind of operation? Paul closed his eyes, concentrating. Vanessa Thorne is a ghost, high-ranking executive, but very rarely seen, known for her ruthlessness and her ability to make problems disappear. Ben always suspected she was involved in covert operations beyond standard corporate acquisitions. So she's their mastermind, Sarah concluded. Michael, Mark, you're on enhanced lookout duty. Watch the watchtower, watch the logging road. Watch for any signs of movement, any changes in their routine, anything that indicates how they might react to a federal intervention. Any new patrols, any reinforcements. We need to know their numbers and their movements, especially during the night. But what about us? Aunt Carol asked, gesturing to the rest of the family. The children, we can't just sit here waiting. We maintain the facade, Sarah instructed. We act like a family in despair. We mourn, we worry, we appear to be breaking under the pressure. This will reinforce their assumption that we're harmless. It will lower their guard, however, slightly. In the satellite phone, Paul asked, It remains hidden for now, Sarah stated. We can't risk using it again until we have a clear exit strategy or a desperate emergency. Its signal might be intercepted again. Our goal now is to use our limited time to prepare for the inevitable confrontation and to get Ben, Lily, and Clara out. How do we get them out? Bate whispered, her face streaked with tears. Sarah looked at Robert. Robert, you made it to the car and back. You navigated their tripwires. You know how to move through these woods. Can you get to the mine? Robert's gaze met hers, a silent understanding passing between them. It'll be hard, dangerous, but I think I can find a way. We can't send him alone, Michael interjected immediately. It's too risky, and we don't know what kind of security they have at the mine itself. He won't be alone, Sarah said, her eyes fixed on Robert. We'll plan a covert reconnaissance mission. Robert, you'll lead, but we need to gather more information first. What are their blind spots? What are their weaknesses at the mine? Over the next few hours, the camp settled into a chilling routine. The children were kept indoors, away from the watchful eye of the tower. The adults feigned despair, moving slowly, engaging in hushed, worried conversations that would seem natural to any observer. But beneath the surface, a frantic, desperate planning session was underway. Robert, with Paul assisting, meticulously sketched a rough map of the area surrounding the old bauxite mine. He recalled old logging paths, dried-up creek beds, and dense thickets that could provide cover. The mine itself is mostly collapsed, he explained, his finger tracing a rough circle on the paper. But there were some old processing sheds and a few deeper shafts. They could be using those. And there's a small clearing nearby where they used to load ore onto trucks. That's probably where their vehicles are now. Paul added his insights. Ben mentioned that Apex Pharmaceuticals, for all their ruthlessness, is incredibly concerned with optics. They avoid direct physical confrontation if possible. They prefer to operate in the shadows using legal loopholes or covert intimidation. The fact that they've resorted to this, it means this patent is immensely valuable, and they're desperate. Sarah listened intently, filing away every piece of information. Their aversion to direct confrontation might be a weakness. They're professionals, but they might not be expecting a direct assault from us, a family of civilians. They're expecting Ben to break or for federal agents to arrive. But we don't have weapons, Michael reminded her, frustrated. What good is knowing their weaknesses if we can't exploit them? Sarah thought of her own skills, her knowledge of chemicals, her ability to analyze and deduce. She looked around the cabin at the everyday objects. We improvise, she said, her voice filled with a new resolve. We use what's available. Robert, what kind of tools do you have in your cabin? Anything that could be repurposed. Robert paused, then a glint appeared in his eye. I have a full set of carpentry tools, saws, hammers, chisels, drills, and some old camping gear, rope, lanterns. My cabin is like a small workshop. Excellent, Sarah said. We need to start thinking creatively. What can we use as a distraction, as a signal, as a defensive measure? She looked at the dense woods surrounding the cabins. The trees offer cover from the watchtower during the day if we're careful, but at night they're exposed. We need to scout the perimeter for potential blind spots, areas where the watchtower can't see or where their ground patrols might be less frequent. That evening, as darkness fell, the watchtower lit up. A powerful searchlight mounted on its platform began to sweep the camp in slow, deliberate arcs. It was a clear demonstration of their control, a further tightening of the psychological noose. They're making sure we don't move at night, Mark observed, watching the sweeping beam from his cabin window. Or, Sarah countered, they're consolidating their forces elsewhere. The searchlight is a deterrent. It keeps us in, but it doesn't require a constant patrol around the clock. They might be focusing their manpower on the mine, preparing for Agent Thompson's team. She knew their 24-hour deadline was also a countdown to a potential federal intervention. They needed to move quickly. Michael, Mark, Sarah whispered to them during their next covert meeting in the safe zone under the redwoods, the satellite phone still buried deep. We need to establish a very quiet, very disciplined night watch. Forget about sleep. We need to observe their patterns with that searchlight. How often does it sweep? Are there any patterns to its movement, any blind spots it misses, even for a moment? And we need to listen for any activity from the logging road. They nodded, grim-faced. The next morning, the camp was filled with a palpable sense of dread. The 24-hour deadline was approaching. The bullhorn message hung heavy in the air. The man in the tower was still there, a constant, oppressive presence. Sarah, exhausted but driven, spent the early hours of the day reviewing Robert's map, cross-referencing it with her own mental map of the area. She focused on potential approach routes to the mine that would avoid the main logging road, which was likely still monitored. There's an old deer trail, Robert pointed out, his finger on the map, that runs alongside Miller Creek. It's rough, overgrown, but it eventually connects to a ridge overlooking the mine clearing. It would be a difficult trek, but it offers cover for most of the way. Miller Creek, Sarah mused. That sounds promising. It would avoid the main road entirely. But it's a long way, Robert cautioned, and extremely steep in places. We'd have to go light. Light is good, Sarah said, a plan forming in her mind. The less we carry, the faster and stealthier we can be. She looked at the others. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We need to send a small, highly mobile team to scout the bauxite mine. Their mission is reconnaissance, confirm Ben, Lily, and Clara's presence, assess the security, and identify any immediate vulnerabilities. Who goes? Paul asked, his voice tight. Robert, you lead, Sarah stated. Your knowledge of the terrain is indispensable. Michael, you have strength and agility, and you're a good shot, even if it's with a camera. You'll be our eyes. I'll go too. My training in observation and analysis can help us assess the site. No, Aunt Carol protested, fear in her eyes. Sarah, you're the one leading us. You can't put yourself in direct danger. I have to, Sarah countered. I'm the only one with the forensic background to analyze the bauxite site, and the only one who truly understands the full scope of this operation. And my skills in observation and tactical planning are crucial for this mission. Then I'm coming too, Paul declared. Ben's my brother, I have to be there. Sarah hesitated, then nodded. Okay, Paul, your knowledge of Ben's habits, his specific concerns about the patent might give us an edge if we find him, but you must follow all instructions. No heroics. Agreed, Paul said, his resolve hardening. When do we leave? Michael asked, a flicker of excitement in his eyes despite the danger. Tonight, Sarah decided. Under the cover of darkness, the searchlight will make it difficult, but we can use its sweep patterns. We'll slip out during a blind spot. Robert, you'll guide us along the Miller Creek Trail. We'll go light, minimal gear, just water, a small medical kit, my camera, and Robert's multi-tool. And silent, absolutely silent. What about the rest of the family? Uncle David asked, his voice filled with concern. You maintain the facade, Sarah instructed. Keep the fire going, make noise, engage in family activities. Make them believe we are still here, still trapped, still waiting. We need to buy ourselves as much time as possible. If we're not back by sunrise, and if help hasn't arrived, you'll have to make a difficult decision. She looked at Uncle David, her gaze steady. You have the satellite phone. Robert hit it well. If we don't return, and if Agent Thompson hasn't shown up, you'll have to consider using it again. Call him, tell him we went after them. Give him all the information you have. Uncle David nodded, his face etched with grim understanding. It was a perilous gamble. As dusk settled, the tension in the camp became almost unbearable. The last rays of sunlight faded, and the searchlight on the watchtower flickered on, beginning its slow, methodical sweep. The reconnaissance team, Sarah, Robert, Michael, and Paul, gathered in Robert's cabin. Robert carefully packed a small backpack with essentials. Sarah prepared her camera, ensuring its night vision settings were optimized. Remember, Sarah whispered, looking at each of them. We are not engaging. This is pure observation. We get in, we see what we can, and we get out. Our primary goal is information. The lives of Lily, Ben, and Clara, and indeed everyone here, depend on our stealth and our success. They waited for the deepest part of the night, when the camp would be quietest, and the searchlight's pattern would be most predictable. Robert had spent hours observing its rhythm, calculating the precious seconds of darkness between sweeps in certain areas. Around 2 a.m., the moment arrived. The searchlight swung away from the cluster of cabins, creating a brief 3-second window of complete darkness at the edge of the perimeter near the Miller Creek trailhead. Now, Robert whispered. They moved like ghosts, each step carefully placed to avoid rustling leaves or snapping twigs. Sarah, Michael, and Paul followed Robert, melting into the dense undergrowth. The forest, lit intermittently by the sweeping beam, seemed to hold its breath. The Miller Creek Trail was even more challenging than Robert had described. It was a narrow, winding path overgrown with thorny bushes and crisscrossed by fallen logs. The sound of the creek, a rushing torrent, helped to mask their footsteps, but also made the footing treacherous. Robert moved with the silent ease of a seasoned woodsman, his knowledge of the terrain guiding them effortlessly through the darkness. Michael, agile and strong, helped Paul over difficult obstacles. Sarah, though less experienced in wilderness trekking, kept pace, her eyes and ears attuned to every detail, her camera clutched tight. After nearly 2 hours of arduous climbing and scrambling, they reached a ridge. Robert held up a hand, signaling them to stop. We're close, he whispered. The mine clearing is just over that rise. They crawled to the crest of the ridge, peering through the dense foliage. Below them, nestled in a wide, circular clearing, lay the old bauxite mine. It was exactly as Sarah had envisioned, remote, industrial, and highly fortified. The old processing sheds were still standing, their corrugated metal roofs glinting faintly in the moonlight. A larger, more recently constructed structure, possibly a prefab office or barracks, stood nearby. Several heavy-duty vehicles, including the dark-colored van they had seen earlier and at least 2 large trucks, were parked in a lot beside the main building. But what truly made Sarah's blood run cold was the security. Perimeter fences, topped with razor wire, ringed the entire clearing. Motion sensors, small metallic boxes, were visible at regular intervals along the fence line, and at least 3 watchtowers, taller and more robust than the one back at the camp, stood at strategic points, their own searchlights sweeping the perimeter. Armed guards dressed in dark tactical gear patrolled the grounds with assault rifles. Sarah counted at least 6, but suspected there were more inside the buildings. One guard dog, a massive German shepherd, was tethered near the main entrance, occasionally letting out a low growl. "They're not messing around," Michael whispered, his voice grim. Sarah brought her camera up, zooming in, capturing as many details as possible. The license plates on the vehicles, the faces of the guards, the layout of the buildings, the type of weapons. Then she saw it, a faint reddish glow emanating from a crack in one of the old processing sheds. It flickered almost imperceptibly, as if from a light source deep inside. "That's where they are," Sarah whispered, pointing. "The residue on Clara's shoe, this is their hub, and they're holding Ben, Lily, and Clara in one of those buildings." Paul's eyes were fixed on the reddish glow, a desperate hope mixed with terror. As they observed, a figure emerged from the largest prefab building. Tall, slender, dressed in a tailored suit despite the remote location. She walked with an air of authority, her steps precise. Even from a distance, Sarah recognized the sharp, commanding presence. "Vanessa Thorne," Paul breathed, his voice barely audible. "It has to be her." Sarah zoomed in, trying to capture a clear image. Vanessa Thorne spoke briefly to one of the guards, gesturing animatedly towards one of the processing sheds. She carried a tablet in her hand, occasionally glancing at it. "She's in charge," Sarah confirmed, feeling a jolt of renewed determination. "This is big, Paul. She wouldn't be here unless this was critical to Apex." Suddenly, the guard dog let out a sharp, sustained bark. Its head was up, sniffing the air, looking directly towards their position on the ridge. "We've been made," Robert whispered, his voice urgent. "They've detected us. Go now." Before they could react, one of the watchtowers swiveled, its powerful searchlight beam sweeping directly towards their hiding spot. They were bathed in brilliant light. "Move," Sarah yelled, scrambling backward, pulling Paul with her. Michael and Robert were already crashing through the undergrowth, seeking cover. Flashes of light erupted from below, followed by the sharp crack of rifle fire. Bullets whizzed past them, tearing through leaves and branches. "Scatter," Robert shouted. "Regroup at the old logging trail intersection near the downed cedar." They plunged down the steep slope, sliding, stumbling, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them. The guards were yelling, the dog barking furiously. This was no longer just a reconnaissance mission, it was a desperate escape. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs. She could hear Michael's heavy breathing beside her, Paul's grunts of effort. Robert, true to his nature, seemed to glide through the treacherous terrain, always a step ahead. The pursuit was relentless. They heard crashing through the bushes the shouts of the guards, closer now. They had tracking dogs, not just the one on a tether. "We need to split up," Michael panted, his voice strained. "They're too close, divide their forces." "No," Sarah insisted, grabbing his arm. "We stay together, we're stronger that way. Robert, lead us to the creek, the water might throw them off." Robert, without a word, veered sharply, heading towards the sound of rushing water. They plunged into the icy stream, the shock of the cold momentarily stunning them. The current was strong, but the noise of the water, splashing against rocks, was a perfect cover. They waded downstream, hunched low, moving as fast as the treacherous footing would allow. The shouts of the guards grew fainter, confused by the sound of the creek. The barking of the dogs, however, remained a persistent, chilling presence. After what felt like an eternity, the creek narrowed, and the banks became too steep to continue. Robert found a small, almost invisible crevice in the rocks, partially concealed by an overhang. "In here," he whispered urgently. They scrambled into the cramped, damp space, pressing themselves against the cold rock. Outside, the sounds of pursuit were closer now. They could hear the guards thrashing through the bushes, their voices frustrated, cursing. The dogs were still barking, their sniffing sounds agonizingly close. One of the guards stopped right above their hiding spot. They could hear his heavy breathing, the faint click of his rifle. He shone a powerful flashlight into the crevice, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the damp rock just inches from Sarah's face. She held her breath, her eyes squeezed shut, willing herself to be invisible. The beam swept past them, then returned, lingering. Sarah could hear Paul's shallow breathing beside her, Michael's strained silence. Robert, always the rock, remained perfectly still. After a terrifying minute, the guards swore in frustration. Nothing, they must have gone further down the creek or climbed up the ridge, spread out, find them. The sounds of the guards moving away were the sweetest music Sarah had ever heard. Slowly, agonizingly, the sounds of pursuit faded. The barking of the dogs also became more distant as they followed the scent trail further along the creek. They remained hidden for another hour, ensuring the coast was clear. The cold seeped into their bones, but the adrenaline kept them alert. Finally, Robert whispered, "It's safe, we need to move." They emerged from their hiding place, shivering, soaked, but alive. The moon was high now, casting a pale, ethereal glow through the trees. "Everyone okay?" Sarah whispered, looking at her companions. Michael nodded, his face grim. Paul coughed, rubbing his chest, but gave a thumbs up. Robert was already scouting their path. We have to get back to the camp, Sarah urged. They know we were there, they'll be expecting us to come back, and they'll be watching the perimeter even more closely now. The journey back was even more difficult than the journey out. The exhaustion from the escape, the cold, and the knowledge that they were now actively hunted weighed heavily on them. They avoided the Miller Creek Trail, choosing a more circuitous route through dense, unfamiliar forest, guided only by Robert's innate sense of direction and the distant glow of the watchtower's searchlight back at the camp. They finally reached the perimeter of the camp just before dawn, their bodies aching, their clothes torn and mudded. The searchlight was still sweeping, but its rhythm seemed to have intensified, more frantic. They're on high alert, Michael whispered. They know we're coming back. We need a distraction, Sarah said, her mind racing. Something to draw the tower's attention, to create a blind spot for us to slip through. She looked at Robert. Robert, your carpentry skills. Anything around here we can use to make a quick, loud diversion. Something that sounds like a person but is. Robert thought for a moment. I have some old logging chains back in my shed and some heavy planks. If I could get to them, I could fashion a kind of falling sound, a dummy log maybe with a rope. Perfect, Sarah said. Michael, Paul, you'll help him. We need to create a loud, convincing sound that mimics someone trying to break through the perimeter, as far away from our entry point as possible, but still within the tower's general sweep. And you, Paul asked, exhausted. I'll get the camera ready, Sarah replied. And once the distraction is set, I'll try to coordinate our entry during the confusion. We need to be quick, and once we're in, we act as if we've been here all along. No one must know we left. The plan was crude, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Robert, Michael, and Paul, moving with extreme caution, managed to retrieve the chains and planks from Robert's shed. They found a spot on the opposite side of the camp, near the lake, where a steep embankment made a falling object sound more natural. As the sun began to paint the sky with faint hues of orange and pink, the moment arrived. Robert carefully positioned a heavy plank at the edge of the embankment, rigged with a tripwire and a chain to make a loud clang as it fell. Ready, he whispered. Sarah, hidden in the shadows, watched the watchtower. The searchlight made it sweep. The moment it turned away from their target entry point and towards the lake, she gave the signal. Robert pulled the tripwire. The plank crashed down the embankment, followed by the deafening clang of the chains. The sound, amplified by the still morning air, echoed across the lake. Immediately, the searchlight on the watchtower snapped towards the source of the noise. Yelling erupted from the tower. Now, Sarah hissed. They sprinted, a blur of motion in the fading darkness, slipping through the pre-scouted blind spot. They were back inside the camp perimeter. They ran directly to their respective cabins, shedding their muddy clothes, trying to erase any trace of their harrowing night. Sarah collapsed onto her cot, heart pounding. She had made it. They all had, but the cost was high. They had confirmed Ben, Lily, and Clara were at the mine, and they had seen the fortifications. They had also alerted their captors to their active resistance. As she lay there trying to regain her breath, she heard a faint scratching sound at her cabin door. She opened it cautiously. Emily, her face pale, stood there, a small, crudely drawn note clutched in her hand. They were looking for you, Emily whispered, her eyes wide with fear. The bad men. They came to your cabin after the loud noise. They knew you were gone. Sarah's blood ran cold. They knew. The distraction hadn't fooled them for long. They had been exposed again. The note Emily held was stark, chilling. It was a crude drawing of a stick figure family with one figure crossed out, and a single word scrawled in angry block letters, warning. They were no longer just on a 24-hour clock. The game had escalated. Their captors were sending a clear message. We see you, we know what you did, and now you will pay. The next phase of their ordeal was about to begin. The small, crudely drawn note clutched in Emily's trembling hand felt like a branding iron against Sarah's skin. Warning. The single crossed-out stick figure sent a chill deeper than any cold night air could. They had been discovered not just at the mine, but here inside the camp perimeter. The brief distraction hadn't worked, the captors knew. Sarah's heart hammered a furious rhythm against her ribs. She looked at Emily, her face pale, eyes wide and brimming with unshed tears. Emily, what happened? Who came to the cabin? She asked, keeping her voice as calm as possible despite the terror clawing at her throat. Bad men, Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. After the big noise, they were yelling. They came to your door. They opened it. They looked inside. She shuddered, pressing the note into Sarah's hand. They left this, then they went away. Sarah took the note. It was clearly a drawing meant to symbolize the family, one figure explicitly defaced, a direct personal threat. They had left it not just as a warning, but as a violation of her space, of her last remaining privacy. Did anyone else see them? Sarah asked, forcing herself to think clearly. Emily shook her head, sniffling. Everyone was still sleeping. It was dark. A small mercy then. The rest of the family didn't know the extent of their exposure yet. Sarah quickly scanned the area outside her cabin. The first faint light of dawn was just breaking over the eastern ridge, casting long, ethereal shadows. The watchtower's searchlight still swept the camp, but with an increased intensity, its beam sharper, more frantic. Emily, Sarah said, kneeling down, putting on her most reassuring face. This is a secret, okay? You can't tell anyone about the bad men coming to my cabin or about this note. Not even Rachel. It's very important. Can you do that for me? Emily, still visibly shaken, nodded slowly. Okay, a secret. Good girl, Sarah said, giving her a quick hug. Now go back to Rachel. Try to get some more sleep. As Emily scampered back into her cabin, Sarah quickly folded the note and tucked it into her pocket. She had to process this, and fast. The reconnaissance mission had given them crucial information, but it had also cost them their remaining element of surprise. The game had not just escalated, it had become brutally personal. She made her way to the safe zone under the redwoods, where Robert, Michael, and Paul were already waiting, their faces etched with exhaustion and grim determination. They were still in their muddy, torn clothes. They knew, Sarah stated without preamble, pulling out Emily's note. They came to my cabin, they left this. Paul took the note, his eyes widening as he read the single, chilling word and saw the crossed-out figure. My God, he whispered. They knew you were gone, the distraction didn't work. They were waiting for us to come back. Or, Michael added, his voice strained, they had another way of detecting us. Perhaps sensors around the camp perimeter, silent ones that we didn't see. The searchlight might have just been a misdirection. Robert nodded grimly. They're more sophisticated than we thought. That watchtower at the camp, the one they built overnight, it might not just be for visual. Thermal maybe, or sound. Sarah felt a wave of despair. Their daring plan, their brief moment of perceived advantage, had dissolved into dust. They were not only still trapped, but their every move was now anticipated. We saw the mine, Sarah began, forcing herself to focus on the information they had gained. It's heavily fortified, razor wire, motion sensors, multiple watchtowers with searchlights, at least 6 armed guards and a guard dog. Vanessa Thorne is there, she's in charge. Ben, Lily, and Clara are almost certainly in one of the old processing sheds, the one with the flickering red light. Vanessa Thorne, Paul repeated, his jaw clenched. That woman is pure evil, she wouldn't hesitate to hurt them. We need to assume they will, Sarah confirmed, her voice low. The note is a warning, they've given Ben 24 hours to cooperate. They know we called for help and they know we tried to scout the mine. They're expecting federal agents, which means they'll be preparing for a full-scale confrontation, and they'll be using Ben, Lily, and Clara as their ultimate leverage. So what's the plan now? Michael asked, running a hand through his damp hair. We can't just wait for Agent Thompson. They'll kill Ben if he doesn't give them the pat information. We have to rescue them, Sarah said, the words surprising even herself with their force. We can't wait. We have to create our own window of opportunity before their deadline, before Agent Thompson arrives, and before Ben is forced to break. Robert looked at her, his eyes serious. How? We're outmatched, outgunned, and they know our every move now. We barely made it out alive last night. Because we went in blind, Sarah countered. We have information now, we know their setup, we know Vanessa Thorne is there, we know they're preparing for a federal response. That's our weakness to exploit. She unrolled Robert's hastily drawn map on the damp ground. Okay, let's analyze this. Perimeter fences, motion sensors, 3 watchtowers, armed patrols, a guard dog. That's a lot of security for what they think is just a family. They're expecting something bigger. Or they're just being thorough, Paul suggested. No, this is overkill for a simple hostage situation, Sarah argued. This is a military-grade setup for protecting something incredibly valuable and for defending against a professional assault. They're thinking Agent Thompson will send in a SWAT team or even more. They're not thinking about a desperate family. So they're overconfident, Michael said, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Exactly, Sarah confirmed. Their strength is also their potential weakness. They've focused on external threats. What about internal vulnerabilities? What about human error? What about the unexpected? She pointed to the mine clearing on the map. The guard dog is near the main entrance. That's a problem. The processing sheds have motion sensors. Another problem, 3 watchtowers. That makes it hard to approach from any direction without being seen. But the old shafts, Robert interjected, pointing to a section of the map where a few dashed lines indicated old, collapsed mine tunnels. Those aren't usually monitored. They were too unstable, but some of them led to deeper sections of the mine. What if one of those has an entrance they're using now? Sarah's eyes lit up. That's it, a hidden entrance, an old shaft. Ben worked on the mine when he was a kid, didn't he, Paul? Paul nodded. He knew every nook and cranny. He used to explore them with his friends. Then Ben might know an internal route, Sarah mused. Or he might have mentioned it to you, an access point they wouldn't think to guard because it's too unstable or too obscure. Paul closed his eyes, concentrating. He did mention something once about a ventilation shaft. He said it was just a small opening, very steep, but it led down into an older part of the mine before it collapsed. He said it was dangerous, barely wide enough for a person. and it was hidden by a rock slide years ago. A ventilation shaft, Sarah repeated, a plan beginning to crystallize in her mind. Robert, can you locate that on your map? An old rock slide, a hidden ventilation shaft. Robert looked at the map, then closed his eyes, visualizing the terrain. There was one just north of the main clearing, a small, almost vertical shaft, very narrow. We used to call it the Serpent's Mouth. It was prone to cave-ins. I doubt they'd use it, but it might connect to the deeper levels. That's our infiltration point, Sarah declared. It's risky, but it's unexpected. They won't be looking for us to come in through an abandoned mine shaft. But we don't know where it leads, Michael cautioned. It could be a dead end, or worse, it could be booby-trapped. We're out of options, Michael, Sarah said, her voice firm. We have a deadline. Ben, Lily, and Clara are in immediate danger. We have to take this risk. So we go in again, Paul asked, a mixture of trepidation and resolve in his voice. Not all of us, Sarah corrected. This time we need a small, highly specialized team. Robert, your knowledge of the mine is crucial for finding that shaft. Paul, your knowledge of Ben and potentially the layout once we're inside. And I need to go. My observation skills and ability to adapt are essential. No, Robert said, shaking his head. I'm going alone. You three stay here. I'm the best at moving silently, and I know this place better than anyone. One person has the best chance of getting in unnoticed, especially through a narrow shaft. Absolutely not, Sarah countered immediately. Too dangerous. And we need to confirm Ben, Lily, and Clara's location and assess the security inside. That requires multiple eyes. Also, if we find them, we need to bring them out. One person can't do that. And I won't let you go without me, Paul added, his resolve unwavering. He's my brother. I have to be there. Then we go in a team of 3, Sarah conceded, looking at Robert. You, Paul, and me, Michael, you and Mark, along with Uncle David, will be our support team here. You'll be on high alert. If we're not back by a specific time, you'll have to activate the satellite phone again, no earlier. We don't want to give them another opportunity to detect a signal too soon. Michael looked disappointed but nodded. Understood. What kind of signal can we use to tell you we're in? Sarah thought for a moment. We can't risk any light or sound signals, but if we find a way to communicate, it'll be discreet. For now, assume silence means we're still operating. If you hear anything, any explosions, any sustained gunfire, then you initiate the call to Agent Thompson and give him the full scope of what we know, including our infiltration plan through the mine shaft. When do we leave? Robert asked, already mentally preparing. Tonight, Sarah said, her voice filled with grim determination. Under the cover of darkness, the moon will be setting later, giving us a few hours of complete darkness before dawn. We need to move fast. This is our last chance. The rest of the day was spent in feverish preparation. Robert, with Michael's help, went through his tools, selecting the absolute essentials: a small but powerful headlamp, a coil of thin, strong rope, a multi-tool, a small pry bar, and a few improvised climbing aids. He also found a small, old but functional compass. Sarah meticulously cleaned her camera, ensuring the battery was fully charged and the night vision settings were optimal. She also found an old, durable backpack, which she lined with plastic bags for waterproofing. She packed a small first aid kit, energy bars, and water bottles. Paul packed as lightly as possible, primarily his address book with Agent Thompson's number and a few small personal items Ben had given him. They needed a diversion, something to draw the guards' attention away from the mine shaft entrance. The drone, Sarah suddenly said, it's still active. If we can disable it or at least draw its attention, it creates a momentary blind spot, and it would be a huge blow to their surveillance capabilities. How do you disable a stealth drone? Michael asked skeptically. It's small, fast, and high above us. It has a red blinking light at night, Sarah pointed out. That means it's not completely undetectable, and it has to communicate with its control unit. What if we could interfere with its signal? Paul remembered Ben's fascination with electronics. Ben used to tinker with old ham radios and signal jammers. He had a small, custom-built device meant to disrupt local radio signals. He called it a static bomb. He kept it in a waterproof container, hidden behind the loose stone in the fireplace of his cabin. He said it was for emergency communications disruptions if he ever had an issue with corporate spies. Sarah's eyes widened. A static bomb, Paul, that's brilliant. Can you find it? Paul immediately went to Ben's cabin, his heart pounding with a desperate hope. He carefully felt around the loose stones in the fireplace. After a few tense minutes, his fingers brushed against cold, hard metal. He pulled out a small Pelican-style case, just like the one Robert had retrieved the satellite phone from. Inside, nestled in foam, was a compact, highly specialized electronic device with a few antennas and a single power button. This is it, Paul whispered, holding it up. Ben's static bomb. Perfect, Sarah said, a grim smile on her face. This is our diversion, but we need to use it strategically, not at the mine, but here at the camp. We activate it when we're ready to leave for the mine. It will create chaos with their drone, draw their attention away from our infiltration point, and it will alert them that we are still active, still resisting, keeping them guessing. The decision made, the 3 covert operatives, Sarah, Robert, and Paul, prepared for their perilous mission. They said their quiet goodbyes to the rest of the family, maintaining the illusion of a normal, albeit distraught, evening. Rachel, sensing the gravity of the situation, clung to Emily, who now kept a nervous watch at the cabin window. As darkness fell, the watchtower's searchlight again began its methodical sweeps. The tension in the camp was palpable, a suffocating blanket. Aunt Carol and Uncle David, aware of the gravity of the upcoming mission, did their best to keep the children calm, playing their part as distraught family members, but their eyes constantly darted towards the cabins where the others were making their final preparations. Around 1 a.m., the moon began to dip below the horizon, plunging the forest into a deeper, inky darkness. It was time. Sarah, Robert, and Paul gathered in Robert's cabin. Robert held the static bomb, its small, inert form a potent weapon. "We need to be clear on the timing," Sarah whispered. "Robert, you'll activate the static bomb as soon as we clear the perimeter. Paul, you'll have the satellite phone. If anything goes wrong, if we can't make it to the mine, or if we're compromised, you activate it and call Agent Thompson. Tell him everything we know, especially about the mine shaft." "Wait," Paul interjected. "I thought we weren't using the satellite phone again unless it was a desperate emergency." "This is a desperate emergency," Sarah clarified. "If we fail, if we are captured, or worse, someone needs to tell Thompson our plan, our location, and the fact that Ben, Lily, and Clara are at that mine. It's our last-ditch effort. But you only use it if we are confirmed compromised or if we don't return by sunrise." Paul nodded, understanding the immense responsibility. Robert handed him the small, hidden case with the satellite phone, which Paul quickly secured in an inner pocket. They moved like shadows, slipping out of Robert's cabin during a momentary blind spot in the searchlight's sweep. Robert led them, moving with the practiced ease of a hunter, navigating the treacherous terrain behind the cabins. Once they were clear of the main camp and hidden by the dense foliage, Robert stopped. He pulled out the static bomb. "Ready." Sarah and Paul nodded, their hearts pounding in their chests. Robert pressed the power button. A faint, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the device. He quickly tucked it into a hollow log near the perimeter, setting its timer for a brief but intense burst of signal disruption. "It'll give us about 5 minutes of full power," he whispered. "Enough to confuse the drone, maybe. It's programmed to self-destruct after it's used to avoid being traced." As they moved deeper into the forest, heading towards the bauxite mine, Sarah kept her camera ready, scanning the sky. The searchlight from the camp watchtower continued its frantic sweeps, but she noticed a subtle change in its rhythm, a slight hesitation. Then the drone appeared. It zoomed past them, lower than usual, its red blinking light frantic, almost panicked. It was as if it had lost its bearings or was struggling to maintain its signal. "It's working," Michael's voice, relayed through Paul's small walkie-talkie, another of Ben's gadgets they had found, crackled with excitement. "The drone's acting erratically, it just spun out of control for a second." Sarah smiled grimly, a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. The static bomb was doing its job, creating confusion, drawing attention away from their real target. The journey to the mine shaft was arduous. They avoided the Miller Creek Trail this time, opting for an even more obscure route that Robert had scouted decades ago, a winding path along a nearly dry creek bed that eventually led to a steep, rocky ascent. The terrain was brutal, loose scree giving way underfoot, thorny bushes tearing at their clothes. Robert led them with unerring precision, his memory of the landscape serving as their only map in the absolute darkness. Paul, surprisingly agile for his academic background, kept pace, fueled by a desperate need to find his family. Sarah, her forensic mind sharp, constantly scanned their surroundings, looking for any sign of ground patrols or tripwires. After what felt like an eternity of climbing and scrambling, they reached the rock slide Robert had described. It was a massive pile of jagged boulders and loose earth, partially overgrown with thorny vines. "The serpent's mouth," Robert whispered, his headlamp beam sweeping over the debris. "It should be behind this, hidden." They began to carefully clear away the smaller rocks and debris, working silently and methodically. It was slow, painstaking work. Every dislodged stone seemed to echo in the profound silence of the night. After nearly an hour of digging, Robert let out a soft exclamation. "Here, I feel it, an opening." He widened the gap, and soon a dark, narrow crevice became visible. It was barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, leading straight down into blackness. A faint, metallic smell, characteristic of old mines, wafted up. "This is it," Sarah whispered, her flashlight beam piercing the gloom. The shaft was indeed steep, almost vertical, and the rough-hewn rock walls looked unstable. Robert, ever the leader, took the lead. He secured his rope around a sturdy tree root at the entrance. "I'll go first, test the stability, follow carefully, one at a time, no sudden movements." He disappeared into the darkness, his headlamp beam a small, dancing star as he descended. Sarah and Paul waited, the seconds stretching into an eternity. They heard faint sounds of dislodged rocks, then Robert's muffled voice. "Clear, come down, Paul." Paul followed, his descent slow and careful. The The shaft was indeed a tight squeeze, the rough rock scraping against his clothes. He grunted with effort, but his determination pushed him forward. Then it was Sarah's turn. She took a deep breath, adjusted her camera, and squeezed into the narrow opening. The air was cold, damp, and smelled strongly of earth and minerals. Her headlamp beam revealed ancient, crumbling timbers supporting sections of the shaft, evidence of long-abandoned mining efforts. They descended for what felt like hundreds of feet, the shaft occasionally widening into small, dusty chambers, then narrowing again. Robert's knowledge of the mine was astounding. He instinctively knew which passages were safe, which were likely to be dead ends or unstable. Finally, after a descent that seemed endless, they reached a wider passage. It was an old horizontal tunnel, dusty and still, leading into the heart of the mountain. "We're in," Robert whispered, his voice filled with grim satisfaction. "This should lead us to the main processing areas." They moved slowly, cautiously, their headlamps casting long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. The silence of the old mine was oppressive, broken only by the drip of water and the faint scuttling of unseen creatures. They encountered several junctions, old tunnels branching off into the darkness. Robert carefully chose their path, guided by his memories and a sense of the mine's layout. As they ventured deeper, they began to hear faint, muffled sounds. Distant voices, the clang of metal. They were getting closer. Robert held up a hand, signaling them to stop. He extinguished his headlamp, then motioned for Sarah and Paul to do the same. They plunged into total darkness, relying on their other senses. The sounds grew clearer now, a low hum of machinery, the murmur of voices, and even distinctively a child's cry. "Clara." Sarah's heart leaped into her throat. "They're here." Robert led them along a rough-hewn passage, eventually stopping at a point where a section of the wall had partially collapsed, leaving a narrow fissure. Through this crack, a faint reddish light pulsed, confirming Sarah's earlier observation from the ridge. They peered through the crack. Below them, in a large, well-lit cavern, was a makeshift detention area. Old processing equipment had been pushed aside to create a central space. Ben, Lily, and Clara were there. They were huddled together on a rough cot in one corner, guarded by two armed men in tactical gear. Lily looked gaunt, but her eyes held a spark of defiant maternal protection as she hugged Clara close. Ben, though showing signs of exhaustion, was engaged in an intense, hushed conversation with a third guard who seemed to be giving him instructions. In the center of the cavern, a large table was set up, covered with sophisticated computer equipment and what looked like stacks of documents. Vanessa Thorne stood over it, consulting with another individual, a lean, sharp-faced man Sarah hadn't seen before. He wore glasses and had a precise, almost clinical demeanor. "That's Dr. Eris Thorne," Paul whispered, his voice tight. "Vanessa's brother, he's the lead scientist for Apex's bioweapon division. Ben always suspected he was behind the core research for the deterrent. He's the real brains of the operation." Sarah quickly raised her camera, its night vision settings allowing her to capture clear images even through the dim crack. She focused on the computer screen, on the documents, on Dr. Eris Thorne's face. Every detail was crucial. She saw Ben shaking his head, his face a mask of weary defiance. The guard leaned in, speaking something harsh. Ben flinched but still refused. "They're trying to break him," Paul whispered, agony in his voice. Suddenly, Vanessa Thorne looked up from the table. She walked over to Ben, her expression cold and calculating. She said something, her voice too low for them to hear, then pointed to Clara. Lily gasped, pulling Clara tighter. Ben's head snapped up, a flash of pure rage in his eyes. He lunged at Vanessa Thorne, but the guards quickly restrained him, pinning him against the wall. "We have to do something," Paul exclaimed, starting to move forward. Robert grabbed him, pulling him back. "No, not yet, we can't risk it. We need a plan, and we're outnumbered." Sarah watched in horror as Vanessa Thorne gave an order to one of the guards. The guard grabbed Clara, pulling her away from Lily. Lily screamed, fighting, but the other guard held her back. Clara, terrified, began to wail, her small arms reaching out for her mother. "They're going to hurt her," Paul cried, struggling against Robert's grip. "We can't just stand here," Sarah hissed, her own blood boiling. This was too much. They had to act. She scanned the cavern again, desperately searching for an opening, a vulnerability. The guards were armed, vigilant. Dr. Eris Thorne was focused on his computer. Then she noticed something. Near one of the old processing machines, a large metal tank stood, its pipes connected to the cavern's ventilation system. A warning label on its side, though faded, was visible: caustic agent, use with caution. "The ventilation," Sarah whispered. "Ben told you about the ventilation shaft. What if that tank is connected to the cavern's air supply?" Paul, still wrestling with his emotions, forced himself to focus. "That tank, it looks like an old chemical mixing tank. They used it for the bauxite processing. It was supposed to be decommissioned." "What if it's still active?" Sarah asked, her mind racing. "What if it contains a chemical that could create a diversion, something harmless but disorienting?" Suddenly, a loud, urgent beep sounded from Dr. Eris Thorne's computer. He spun around, his face a mask of alarm. The drone, it's gone offline, complete signal collapse. Vanessa Thorne snapped her head towards him. What do you mean offline? A massive electromagnetic pulse, I think, Eris Thorne stammered, frantically typing. Localized, incredibly powerful, it just vanished from the grid. Vanessa Thorne cursed. Find it, send out a ground team, this is unacceptable. The confusion over the drone was a momentary window, but it wouldn't last. Now Sarah hissed, her voice sharp. Paul, that tank, is there a valve, anything to open it? Paul, adrenaline coursing through him, looked intently at the tank. Yes, there's a manual release valve, but it's old, corroded, it would take some force. Robert, the pry bar, Sarah commanded. Paul, show him which valve. If we can release a harmless but noxious gas into that ventilation system, it could create enough chaos for us to act. Robert quickly understood. He grabbed the pry bar from his pack. Paul pointed to a specific rusted valve on the side of the tank. If this connects to the cavern's air supply, it could generate a massive smokescreen, Sarah explained, her mind already calculating the effects. Or a strong, harmless irritant. Either way, it buys us time and confusion. Below, the guards were still struggling with Ben, and Clara was still crying. But Vanessa Thorne was now distracted by her brother's frantic efforts to fix the drone issue. Ready, Robert whispered, his pry bar poised. Wait for my signal, Sarah said, her eyes fixed on the scene below. We need maximum confusion. Just then, Dr. Eris Thorne let out another frustrated cry. I can't re-establish connection. The entire local airspace is scrambled. Someone is actively jamming us. Vanessa Thorne's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. They're here, they're making a move. Double the patrols, secure the prisoners. Eris, focus on defense protocols. I want to know where that jammer is. This was their moment. They knew they had a jammer. They knew the family was making a move. It meant the captors would expect a frontal assault or an attempt to disable their equipment, not an infiltration from within the mine. Now Robert, Sarah yelled, pointing at the tank. Robert, with a grunt of effort, slammed the pry bar against the rusted valve. The metal shrieked, groaned, and then with a loud whoosh the valve broke free. A cloud of thick, yellowish gas immediately began to spray from the tank, quickly filling the cavern. What is that? Vanessa Thorne shrieked, coughing as the gas rapidly spread. It's harmless, Paul yelled down, though his voice was muffled by the rapidly expanding cloud. But it smells like rotten eggs. Panic erupted in the cavern. The guards coughed and spluttered, their eyes watering, their attention diverted from Ben, Lily, and Clara. Dr. Eris Thorne dropped his tablet, grabbing his throat. Vanessa Thorne stumbled backward, trying to cover her mouth and nose. Ben, Lily, Clara, Sarah yelled through the crack. Over here, the shaft, follow us. Ben, his eyes burning with hope and a desperate understanding, immediately reacted. He broke free from the confused guards, grabbing Lily and Clara. Lily, despite her weakened state, moved with incredible speed, pulling Clara close. This way, Ben, the ventilation shaft, Paul yelled. The cavern was now a scene of utter chaos, a thick, acrid cloud of yellowish gas making it impossible to see. The guards were disoriented, coughing, some stumbling blindly. Go, 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 Sarah urged. Robert, cover us, Paul, guide them. Robert, still near the valve, created a loud clatter with the pry bar, throwing a few loose rocks down the fissure, further disorienting the guards. Ben, guided by Paul's shouts, quickly found the base of the ventilation shaft. It was narrow, but he pushed Lily and Clara through first, his strength, born of desperation, immense. Climb, climb fast, Sarah urged, seeing a guard slowly recovering and pointing his rifle blindly into the gas. Lily, clutching Clara, began to ascend the shaft with surprising agility. Clara, though terrified, instinctively followed her mother's lead, scrambling upwards. Ben, with Paul's assistance from above, pushed them from below. Sarah, meanwhile, was still snapping photos, capturing the chaos, the abandoned equipment, the struggling captors. Every piece of evidence was vital. As Ben began his ascent, a figure emerged from the gas cloud, coughing violently but with a clear glint of recognition in his eyes. It was Vanessa Thorne. She had recovered enough to realize what was happening. They're escaping to the shaft, she shrieked, pointing her pistol directly at the ascending figures. No, Sarah cried, realizing the danger. Before Vanessa Thorne could fire, Robert, who had been waiting at the entrance of their hidden fissure, lunged. He hadn't brought a weapon, but his carpenter's strength was formidable. He tackled Vanessa Thorne, knocking the pistol from her hand. They fell to the ground, grappling amidst the still-spreading gas. Robert, Sarah screamed. Go get them out, Robert yelled back, his voice strained as he struggled with the ruthless executive. I'll hold her off, don't wait for me. Panic seized Sarah. She couldn't leave Robert, but she couldn't risk Ben, Lily, and Clara either. The choice was agonizing. Paul, get Ben and Lily and Clara out. I'll help Robert, Sarah commanded. Paul Torn made a quick decision. Go, I'll get them to safety. He continued to guide Ben, Lily, and Clara upwards, his voice a beacon in the darkness. Sarah immediately turned, scrambling back down the narrow fissure. She found Robert struggling with Vanessa Thorne, who, despite her smaller stature, fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal. She had a small knife, glinting ominously in the dim light, trying to stab Robert. Sarah, seeing the knife, reacted instinctively. She grabbed a loose, heavy rock from the cavern floor and, with a desperate cry, swung it. It connected with Vanessa Thorne's arm, sending the knife clattering away. Vanessa Thorne screamed in pain, her attention momentarily diverted. Robert seized the opportunity, twisting her arm behind her back, pinning her against the wall. We have to go, Sarah urged, knowing that the other guards would recover soon. They'll be here any second. Just then, a flash of movement. Dr. Eris Thorne, his face red with fury and irritation from the gas, emerged from the haze, holding a discarded rifle from one of the incapacitated guards. He raised it, aiming directly at them. You won't get away with this, Eris Thorne screamed, his voice raw. Run, Robert yelled, pushing Sarah towards the shaft. Sarah turned, her camera still clutched in her hand. She squeezed the trigger, capturing a final, desperate image of Eris Thorne aiming the rifle. Then she launched herself towards the shaft, scrambling up with renewed urgency. As she climbed, she heard the loud crack of a rifle shot echo through the cavern. A sharp pain tore through her side. She cried out, stumbling, but clung to the rope, her muscles burning. Sarah, Robert's voice filled with anguish, called from below. She gritted her teeth, ignoring the burning pain, and forced herself upward. She could hear more shouts, more gunfire from below. The guards were recovering. Keep going, Paul's voice, closer now, urged her on. We're almost out. She pulled it undefined. She pulled herself higher, the pain in her side a fiery inferno. Blood warmed her skin, seeping through her torn shirt. Every muscle screamed in protest, but the memory of Clara's wails, the sight of Ben's defiance, spurred her onward. Paul's voice, now clearly above her, was a lifeline. Almost there, Sarah, just a little further, he shouted, his own hands reaching down to grasp her. She pushed with her legs, scrambled, and then with Paul's strong pull, her head broke free into the cool night air. She collapsed onto the damp earth, gasping, clutching her bleeding side. Ben, Lily, and Clara were already out, huddled together, Lily examining Clara for injuries, Ben looking around frantically. Robert, Sarah choked out the name, a desperate plea. I heard more shots, Ben said, his voice raw with fear. He was still down there fighting. Just then, a faint scraping sound echoed from the shaft below them. A flicker of Robert's headlamp pierced the darkness. Relief, sharp and sudden, washed over Sarah, momentarily eclipsing the pain. He's coming, Paul exclaimed, a mix of hope and urgency in his voice. They waited tense for what felt like an eternity. The scraping grew louder, then Robert's head appeared, his face streaked with dirt and blood, but his eyes resolute. They're right behind me, he panted as Paul helped him out. Eris Thorne is injured, but Vanessa, she's coming, we need to go. You're hurt, Sarah gasped, seeing a deep gash on Robert's forehead. Just a scratch, he dismissed, already scanning the surrounding forest. We don't have much time before they send a larger team up this shaft. They know where we are now. The static bombs, Paul remembered, pulling out the walkie-talkie. Michael, are you there? The drone. Static crackled back. Paul, is that you? The drone's still erratic, but they've sent out ground patrols. They're everywhere. And there's a lot of activity at the mine. Explosions, yelling, what happened? Is everyone okay? Michael's voice was strained, filled with concern. We're out, Michael, Paul replied quickly. Ben, Lily, Clara, Robert, Sarah, and me. Sarah's injured. Robert, too. We're on the ridge above the mine. They're right behind us. Get ready. If you hear anything, any sustained gunfire from our position, activate the satellite phone. We need Thompson, now. Understood. Be careful. Michael's voice crackled once more before Paul switched off the walkie-talkie. They'll track the signal, Robert warned, but we have no choice. We need to create distance. Where do we go? Ben asked, his arm around Lily, who was cradling a trembling Clara. Back towards camp, but not directly, Robert instructed. There's an old trapper's route higher up that leads to a hidden cave. We can gain some altitude and hopefully lose them there. It's too treacherous for a large pursuit. Sarah, leaning heavily on Paul, gritted her teeth against the pain. We need to move fast. The ascent was brutal. Sarah's side throbbed with every step, but the adrenaline and the sheer will to survive pushed her forward. Ben, though weakened, helped Lily and Clara, often carrying Clara piggyback. Robert, despite his own injuries, moved with an urgency that seemed to defy his years, charting a path through the dense, unforgiving wilderness. Paul was a constant support for Sarah, his strong arm around her. They could hear the sounds of pursuit growing fainter behind them, shouts, the rustle of leaves, the distant baying of dogs. The yellow gas, though harmless, had clearly bought them precious time. After nearly an hour of relentless climbing, they reached a narrow opening in a sheer rock face, hidden by thick moss and trailing vines. The cave, Robert whispered, pushing aside the curtain of moss. We can rest here, regroup. It's small but safe for now. They squeezed into the cramped, dark space, collapsing onto the cold, damp floor. The air was stale, but the feeling of temporary safety was a powerful relief. Sarah immediately focused on her camera. Despite the chaos, she had held on to it. The evidence, she gasped, fumbling to extract the memory card. We need to get this to Thompson, these images, this proof, it's everything. She handed the tiny card to Paul. Guard this with your life. Paul tucked it into his inner pocket next to the satellite phone. It's safe, but what about the patent? Ben, his face grim, finally spoke. The patent, they have part of it, the formulas, some schematics, but not the core algorithm, the unique identifier that makes it effective. I kept that separate, encrypted, hidden in a dead man's switch. If I don't input a code every 12 hours, it destroys itself. They were trying to force me to give them the final piece. So it's still safe, Sarah asked, a glimmer of hope returning. For now, Ben confirmed. But their deadline is approaching, and they had a team of brilliant Apex scientists down there. They might be able to reverse engineer it, given enough time and the data they already possess. Suddenly, the satellite phone in Paul's pocket buzzed. He pulled it out, his heart pounding. It's Michael, Agent Thompson must be here. He pressed the speaker. Paul, Thompson is here, we told him everything. He's getting a team ready, but it'll take a few hours to mobilize and get through their perimeter. He wants your exact location, and he wants to know about the patent. Paul relayed their position to Michael, describing the hidden cave. Then Ben took the phone, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. He quickly explained the situation with the patent, the missing algorithm, and the urgency of their mission. He understands, Ben said, hanging up. He says he's deploying a small, specialized team immediately to secure the mine, regardless of the larger force. He'll send a separate team for us, but we need to keep moving, stay hidden. They'll be sweeping the area. We can't stay here, Robert agreed. They'll find us eventually. We need to move higher towards the old fire watchtower trail. It's steep, but it offers better visibility and fewer places for them to hide. They spent the next few hours in a grueling, painful ascent. Sarah's wound bled steadily and Robert's head throbbed, but the thought of rescue, of freedom, propelled them onward. They moved with a stealth born of desperation, each step carefully placed. As dawn broke, painting the sky with streaks of purple and gold, they reached a small, exposed plateau. Below them, stretching for miles, lay the vast, ancient forest, and in the distance, a faint plume of smoke rose from the direction of the mine. What's that? Paul asked, his voice full of dread. Robert squinted. Could be an explosion or a fire. Thompson's team must have engaged them. Just then, a faint, rhythmic thumping grew louder. A helicopter, not the silent, stealthy Apex drone, but a large, powerful machine, its rotors chopping through the morning air. It appeared over the distant ridge, moving fast. It's Thompson, Sarah cried, a surge of adrenaline washing over her. They're here. The helicopter, a sleek black military-grade model, descended rapidly, its searchlight sweeping the terrain. They waved frantically, Ben pulling off his shirt and waving it. The helicopter pilot spotted them, veering sharply, and began its final approach. As it landed, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and leaves, two figures emerged. Agent Thompson, his face grim but relieved, and Michael. Sarah, Robert, Ben, Michael yelled, running towards them. You made it. He hugged Paul tightly, then clapped Ben on the shoulder. Thompson, a formidable figure in his tactical gear, quickly assessed their injuries. Medics are on board. Get them looked at immediately. He turned to Sarah, his gaze sharp. You found the mine, you got them out, and you got the evidence. Sarah nodded, wincing as she tried to stand upright. Paul has the memory card, and Ben still has the core patent algorithm. Apex only has part of it. Thompson's eyes widened. Good work, all of you, better than I could have hoped for. He clapped Robert on the back. You're a true survivor, old man, and you, he said, looking at Ben, you're a hero. We'll secure that algorithm. As the medics attended to Sarah and Robert, Thompson received an update on his comms. The mine is secured, he announced, his voice ringing with authority. Apex personnel are in custody, including Vanessa Thorne and Dr. Eris Thorne. They put up a fight, but we disabled their heavy vehicles and overwhelmed their perimeter. No casualties on our side, a few injuries on theirs. The children, Rachel and Emily, along with Uncle David, Aunt Carol, and Mark, are safe. They're being debriefed and taken to a secure location. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. The camp was safe, their family was safe. Apex Corporation, Thompson continued, his voice hardening, is facing federal charges for illegal detainment, industrial espionage, attempted murder, and bioweapons manufacturing. Your evidence, Sarah, is invaluable. This operation has been a long time coming. You've brought down a criminal enterprise. Later, bandaged and exhausted, they were flown to a secure federal facility. Sarah's wound was superficial, a graze that had bled profusely but wasn't life-threatening. Robert's head wound was also minor. Ben, Lily, and Clara were reunited with Rachel and Emily and the rest of the family. The embrace between them was long, tearful, and filled with an unspoken understanding of the hell they had all endured. In the days that followed, Ben worked with federal agents, providing the final encrypted algorithm for the bioweapon deterrent, ensuring it would be used responsibly by a secure government agency, not by a corporation with malicious intent. Paul's testimony, combined with Sarah's forensic analysis and the photos from her camera, provided irrefutable proof of Apex's crimes. Vanessa and Eris Thorne faced a lifetime in prison. The Redwoods camp, once a sanctuary, then a prison, was finally cleared of Apex's presence. The watchtower was dismantled, the security perimeter taken down. The forest began to reclaim its quiet, ancient peace. The family, scarred but unbroken, decided to stay. The trauma had bound them closer than ever. They rebuilt not just cabins, but their lives, their trust, their hope. Ben, released from the shadow of his past, devoted himself to his family and to sustainable, ethical, scientific research. Paul returned to his professorship, now with a new appreciation for the real-world implications of his brother's work. Robert returned to his quiet life, an unsung hero of the forest. Michael, now considering a career in investigative journalism, found a new purpose in uncovering hidden truths. Sarah, too, found a new path. The experience had profoundly changed her. Her forensic skills, once focused on the macabre, now yearned to protect, to prevent, to advocate. She accepted a position with a new, specialized federal unit dedicated to tracking corporate malfeasance and protecting whistleblowers. One evening, weeks later, as the sun dipped below the redwoods, casting long, golden shadows, Sarah stood by the creek with Ben. The water flowed freely, cleansing, renewing. "It's over," Ben said, a profound sense of peace in his voice. Sarah nodded, a small, genuine smile gracing her lips. "It is, but the fight for what's right, for truth and justice that never really ends." She looked at him, then out at the ancient, silent trees. "But we're ready for it, all of us." The forest, once a silent witness to their terror, now stood as a testament to their resilience, their courage, and the unbreakable bonds of family. They had survived not just the wilderness, but the darkness within humanity, emerging stronger, wiser, and forever changed. They were home.